Chapter 71. Only now did the people present realize. This Meng Quan had been concealing his strength during the previous battle. He wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. Instead, he was the fourth second-level core formation martial artist beside Xiaoyu, Linjue, and Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's pupils constricted as he was startled by Meng Quan's sudden change. Barbaric Ox Fist. Meng Quan's full-force punch contained even more dense origin energy, and it carried the force of 1,000 caddies as it flew straight towards Li Qing. Dark Netherfinger. Li Qing's right index finger was wrapped with origin energy, condensing it into a strange origin energy vortex. When he pointed his finger out, it was as if all the energy had converged onto this finger. This finger pointed onto Meng Quan's fist. Suddenly, Meng Quan's face froze, and his figure flashed backwards, causing a piercingly cold, strong wind. As expected of the Li clan's famous high-grade profound rank martial skill, Dark Netherfinger. Being able to cultivate it to the mastery stage, your comprehension ability isn't bad. However, the mastery stage Dark Netherfinger probably isn't enough to defeat me. Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he spoke indifferently. Shameless boasting! Li Qing shouted as his figure flashed, as if transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards Meng Quan. At this moment, Meng Quan turned around and pounced towards the other side. He wants to get a weapon. For a moment, many people realized Meng Quan's intentions. Meng Quan was heading towards the weapon rack. Humph! Seeing this scene, Li Qing didn't pursue and instead stood on the spot. To him, even if he won in the pursuit, it would be an unfair victory, and he disdained to do so. What he wanted to do was to defeat his opponent head-on. Only in this way could he trample on his opponent's dignity, attract the admiring gazes of the surrounding people, and satisfy his arrogant heart. Who? Meng Quan raised his hand and took a weapon from the weapon rack. A black iron rod. Li Qing moved. Swimming dragon steps. It flew straight towards Meng Quan, as if it had transformed into a swift dragon, stirring up the power of wind and thunder. Good. Meng Quan bellowed. The black iron rod in his hand shook and started to tremble slightly. 1,000 Shadow Rod. In the blink of an eye, the black iron rod trembled and was flung out along Meng Quan's hand. A series of rod shadows fell, smashing down on Li Qing's head with a ferocious momentum. Is that all you've got? In a hurry, Li Qing's legs shook, and he dodged the black iron rod. He pointed a finger at Meng Quan, tearing the sky apart. Dark, mysterious finger. If the finger that contained the elemental energy vortex were to land on Meng Quan's body, one could imagine the consequences. Don't celebrate too early. Meng Quan chuckled. Li Qing had an ominous premonition. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from behind him. Li Qing's face went pale, and he hurriedly withdrew the dark, mysterious finger and exerted strength in his legs. Swimming dragon steps. Not only that, but he also instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. Golden Bell Canopy. Bang! The black iron rod flew over fiercely, shattering the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Li Qing's body. It landed on Li Qing's back and sent him flying. Bang! Li Qing lost his balance and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His back was facing the sky, and his face was covered in dust. The mastery stage profound, rank, middle grade, defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Canopy, can't block my 1,000 Shadow Rod. However, it's fortunate that you executed the Golden Bell Canopy in time and neutralized most of the strength of the 1,000 Shadow Rod. Otherwise, this rod would be enough to break your spine inch by inch. Meng Quan looked at Li Qing and said indifferently, Right, remember in the future, don't randomly call others a country bumpkin. You acting like this now will only make others feel that you're even worse than a country bumpkin. After casually throwing the black iron rod back to the weapon rack, Meng Quan glanced at Li Qing, who had already stood up. In next to no time, the fierceness in Meng Quan's eyes vanished, and his solemn face recovered its simple and honest expression. If it wasn't for everyone witnessing his resolute and ruthless methods earlier, they might have really been deceived by his harmless appearance. You. Li Qing took out a grade 9 gold injury pill and consumed it. His injuries had just recovered slightly, and when he heard Meng Quan's words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. I never thought that Meng's strongest martial skill wasn't his middle grade, profound, rank martial skill, reckless ox fist, but the high grade, profound, rank martial skill, Thousand Shadow Rod. His Thousand Shadow Rod seems to have already stepped into the mastery stage. In our Aurora City, only the Li clan seems to possess the Thousand Shadow Rod, right? Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Li clan? He was so rude to Li Qing. Do you think he has any sort of relationship with the Li clan? I almost forgot about this. Satisfying. This Li Qing called us country bumpkins earlier, but now he's even worse than a country bumpkin. Haha. All the young geniuses from the small clans glanced at Li Qing and felt proud and elated. Li Qing's expression became even more unsightly. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Meng Quan, don't be complacent. I was just careless earlier. If it wasn't for that, you might not have been able to defeat me. Li Qing looked at Meng Quan with a cold voice. As far as he was concerned, his offensive martial skill was on par with Meng Quan, and his movement technique was on par with him as well. The reason why he had lost was because he had underestimated Meng Quan due to his preconceived notions. What? Do all you Li clan members like to act shamelessly? If it was a life and death battle earlier, I would have seized the opportunity to pursue you and you would have died for sure. Meng Quan laughed. Yeah, even if you were careless, that's still your own problem. A young genius from a small clan couldn't help but chime in. Humph. I'll naturally abide by the rules of the Hidden Dragon list. But after today, I'll sooner or later find another chance to battle you and wash away today's shame. Li Qing grunted coldly. You should have said so earlier. You made me think you were going to exhaust my physical strength again. No, I'm hungry again. Meng Quan ran back to the pergola in a few steps, picked up the snacks, and started wolfing them down, causing everyone to be unable to help but click their tongues. Could it be that this Meng Quan was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? This Meng Quan is rather interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Quickly tell me the truth. Did you see through him long ago that he was a second-level core formation martial artist? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said to be lenient if you confess and severe if you resist. Little Fei, you're not my wife yet, but you act like you're the head of the household. Alas, if you become my wife in the future, then I'll be completely controlled by you. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke with a lingering fear in his heart. Go die. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian, then extended her slender hand and rudely twisted Duan Lingtian's thigh. Duan Lingtian's face turned green in the innermost pergola of the star observation platform. Brother you, did you see through Meng Quan's background long ago? You didn't even tell me, causing me to go up and ask for a snub. Xiao Yin said with slight dissatisfaction. Little Yin, my intuition tells me that he's not simple. As for him being at the second level of the core formation stage, I only found out when he fought Li Qing. Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a voice broke the temporary silence of the star observation platform. Lin Qi flew out, and his gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the pergola and slowly arrived in front of Lin Qi. Compared to Lin Qi's appearance, it formed a sharp contrast. The body tempering stage is the body tempering stage. No matter how exaggerated the rumors are, it can't change the fact that he's only a body-tempering stage martial artist. Many young geniuses from small clans looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Of course, these people's eyes obviously revealed traces of jealousy. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He guessed the reason why these people were targeting him. Li Fei, that little girl, was really a source of calamity. Duan Lingtian, rumor has it that you're able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, with only a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Today, I'd like to experience it for myself. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as his battle-intent sword. Then let's see if you have the ability to force me to use the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Lin Qi didn't continue speaking. With a serious expression, his figure flashed as the strength of 2 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Traceless snow, Duan Lingtian noticed. Lin Qi, whose cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of the core formation stage, relied on the strength of his fleshly body and origin energy to double his speed compared to the last time they fought. However, Lin Qi's high-grade profound rank movement technique, Traceless Snow, was still at the initial stage, whereas Duan Lingtian's movement technique had already broken through to the mastery stage. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian moved as well. He suppressed his strength to around 19,000 pounds, so a second ancient mammoth silhouette didn't appear. In the eyes of others, he was only using the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. However, relying on his strength that was only 500 pounds lower than Lin Qi's. In terms of speed, Duan Lingtian's Spirit Serpent Movement Technique that was at the mastery stage had already completely crushed Lin Qi's Traceless Snow, which was at the initial stage. F***K. I admit defeat. Lin Qi followed Duan Lingtian for a while, but after noticing that he was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed, he couldn't help but curse. He was clear about Duan Lingtian's methods. Under the circumstances where he was unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. Since he knew the outcome, he didn't continue persisting. If he persisted, he would only lose even more face. Duan Lingtian, your movement technique seems to have already surpassed my Traceless Snow by a level. Lin Qi glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, who had also stopped moving. Your eyesight isn't bad. Duan Lingtian grinned. The strength that this guy used just now was absolutely close to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Lin Qi thought in his heart. He could sense that Duan Lingtian was intentionally concealing his strength. What movement technique did this Duan Lingtian execute? He only used the strength of 1 ancient mammoth, but he was even faster than Lin Qi, who used the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. My speed is inferior to his. I'm inferior as well. All the young geniuses from the small families didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. Is there anyone else who wants to give me some pointers? Since he had already entered the arena, Duan Lingtian didn't plan on directly leaving the arena. After all, walking back and forth was also quite tiring. Li Qing's face was gloomy. He wanted to battle with Duan Lingtian, but his injuries still needed some time to heal. Duan Lingtian, you won't be complacent for long. Li Qing took a deep breath as he steeled himself in his heart. I'll do it. A figure flew out from afar and landed in front of Duan Lingtian. Lin Zhua. As the saying goes, one can't beat a tiger without leaving a blood brother. Looks like Lin Zhua. You're planning to imitate the ancient people. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lin Zhua, the number 1 person in the Lin family's younger generation. Chapter 72. Duan Lingtian and Lin Zhua stood facing each other. The gazes of the people on the star observation platform were completely focused on the 2 of them. Lin Zhua, 18 years old, 2nd level of the core formation stage. Number 1 in the Lin clan's younger generation. Duan Lingtian, 16 years old, 9th level of the body tempering stage. Number 2 in the Li clan's younger generation. Lin Zhua's strength was well known. However, this Duan Lingtian was a figure that rose like a comet. Supposedly, he was able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Brother, who do you think will win? Xiao Lan blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. I favor Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's cold face revealed a rare smile. Xiao Yin, who was at the side, didn't interrupt this time and looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. This rascal! Li Fei lightly gritted her teeth as her watery eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Let's begin. Lin Zhua nodded to Duan Lingtian and his figure flashed. Thunder travel steps. As Lin Zhua's figure flashed, it seemed as if it carried the sound of thunder with it, moving forward menacingly. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he moved as well. Spirit serpent movement technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he scuttled towards Lin Zhua. Take my palm strike. Lin Zhua shouted in a low voice as his hand slapped down like a fan. Heaven's net palm. When Lin Zhua's palm descended, it seemed to have transformed into an inescapable net that enveloped Duan Lingtian within, causing him to be unable to escape. When the people present saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Lin Zhua's Heaven's Net palm almost completely covered Duan Lingtian's upper body. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian could only choose to fight Lin Zhua head-on. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body tilted as if he was about to fall. This scene caused everyone's hearts to rise to their throats. Duan Lingtian's body that was about to fall trembled before abruptly straightening up. As if transforming into a spirit serpent, he leaped behind Lin Zhua. He actually dodged it. On the star observation platform, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this Duan Lingtian even human? He was able to complete such a difficult move. Crushing fist. Duan Lingtian stared at Lin Zhua's back with a cold look in his eyes. His whole body was like a drawn bow as he threw out a punch with the force of a falling mountain. An invisible gust of wind was stirred up. Surprise flashed in Lin Zhua's eyes as he felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. He accelerated once more. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded. Lightning steps. His speed soared like lightning, and he easily dodged Duan Lingtian's crushing fist. Duan Lingtian, if you want to defeat me, just relying on the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is not enough. Lin Zhua could tell at a glance that Duan Lingtian was deliberately suppressing his strength. Duan Lingtian didn't answer. His figure moved again. Instantly, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 29,000 gene of strength exploded. He was only 500 gene of strength away from being able to evolve a 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette. Spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's speed also increased. It wasn't the slightest bit slower than Lin Zhua's lightning steps. In terms of movement techniques, his spirit serpent movement technique and Lin Zhua's lightning steps were both high-grade, profound class movement techniques that had been cultivated to the mastery stage. In terms of strength, he was only 500 gene weaker than Lin Zhua. Therefore, his speed was almost not slower than Lin Zhua's. Take another one of my palms. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lin Zhua once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. His palm struck out, raging origin energy. Heaven's net palm. This time, the origin energy palms that filled the sky formed an inescapable net that practically enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body from head to toe, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Duan Lingtian won't be able to dodge this time. On the star observation platform, many people's hearts moved. Li Fei's heart also followed suit. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian, who was in danger, finally moved. His hand swept past his waist, Sword drawing art. A purple sword ray appeared. Whoa. The flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have eyes as it directly struck the palm silhouettes that filled the sky. Pa! The sword struck out, emitting a crisp sound. Clang! The sound of the flexible sword entering the sheath sounded at almost the same time. Lin Zhuo's expression changed. Lightning steps. He hurriedly retreated. The intense pain from his palm made Lin Zhuo involuntarily turn his hand over to take a look. There was a 2-finger-wide sword scar on his palm. This scene was also seen by many people. Heavens, Duan Lingtian actually broke Lin Zhuo's heaven's net palm with one strike. Unbelievable. Regardless of whether it was the young geniuses from the 3 great clans or the small clans, they all had an expression of disbelief. I lost. Lin Zhuo stared blankly for a moment before looking at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile. He understood that it was Duan Lingtian who showed mercy. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian changed the body of the sword to the edge of the sword, his palm would surely be split into 2. You let me win. Duan Lingtian smiled at Lin Zhuo. The surrounding young geniuses didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. A 9th-level body tempering martial artist displaying the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Simply unbelievable. Not only that, he even relied on the strength of 2 ancient mammoths to defeat Lin Zhuo, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, no wonder the rumors say that your sword skill is miraculous. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides, and behind him followed Xiaolan and Xiaoyin. At this moment, the 2 girls looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained traces of admiration. In terms of age, this Duan Lingtian was even younger than them. Brother Xiao, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his gaze descended onto Xiaolan, who was beside Xiao Yu, and he nodded to Xiaolan. My brother rarely praises others. Duan Lingtian, you deserve it. Xiaolan smiled sweetly, like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. That's right, brother Yu has never praised me. Xiao Yun deeply agreed. Then I'm even more terrified. Duan Lingtian smiled. Rascal. A fragrant wind blew over as the young girl with a devilish figure and an angelic face arrived beside Duan Lingtian. She secretly placed her hand on Duan Lingtian's waist and lightly twisted. Intense pain came. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This jealous lover. Brother Xiao, I exhausted some strength earlier, so I'll go rest first. Duan Lingtian smiled at Xiao Yu. He could imagine that if he hesitated, Li Fei would definitely use even more strength. Yeah, Xiao Yu. Among the young geniuses on the star observation platform, it seems that only you and Lian haven't fought yet. Why don't you 2 have a match? Li Fei suggested. I naturally have no objections, but I don't know if Lian will do me the honor. Xiao Yu looked at Lian, who was nearby. Child Yu, spare me, I'm not your match. Lian hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Yu frowned. What he disdained the most was this type of person that didn't even have the courage to fight with him. In his opinion, this type of person would never have great accomplishments in this lifetime. For a martial artist, besides talent and comprehension ability, courage was extremely important as well. Xiao Yu! Right at this moment, a proud and aloof figure in white returned to the scene once again. Li Qing. Li Qing's gaze flashed past Li Fei, and he just happened to see her leave side by side with Duan Lingtian. His expression was unsightly, and his gaze was gloomy and cold. Li Qing's small actions were naturally noticed by Xiao Yu. Li Qing, have you recovered from the injuries you suffered in the battle with Meng Quan? Xiao Yu asked. He wasn't willing to take advantage of another's situation. It's only a flesh wound, and I've already recovered after consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill. Li Qing nodded, and his gaze was still gloomy and cold. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded, and after asking the two girls by his side to return, he stood in confrontation with Li Qing. Then let's begin. Xiao Yu looked at Li Qing. His cold figure was unmoving like a mountain. It was as if he was waiting for Li Qing to make the first move. Li Qing's gaze descended onto Xiao Yu. If I'm able to defeat Xiao Yu, Fei Fei will surely have a whole new level of respect for me, and she'll even leave Duan Lingtian and choose me. Li Qing thought in his heart, and his gaze became feverish. His battle intent soared. Defeat Xiao Yu. Swimming dragon steps. Li Qing's figure shook, and he exerted the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with all his strength as he charged toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was right before his eyes, yet he seemed to have no intention of making a move. Xiao Yu, I'll defeat you with a single move. Li Qing's gaze was slightly cold, and his hand shook as it tore through the sky with a menacing aura. Dark Netherfinger. Origin energy condensed into a vortex at the tip of his finger, and a piercing howl sounded out as he pointed toward Xiao Yu. Right at the instant Li Qing's finger pointed out, Xiao Yu moved. Above him, only 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. His sleeve shook as it moved to intercept Li Qing's dark nether finger. Instantly, Li Qing's face went pale, because he noticed that his finger seemed to have tapped on a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. In the next moment, he realized the danger and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Too late! A cold voice entered into Li Qing's ears. Instantly, Li Qing's vision went black, and he was slapped flying by Xiao Yu's sleeve, shaking his internal organs to the point they trembled, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. The pride in his heart caused Li Qing to forcefully swallow this mouthful of blood. What a formidable martial skill! Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Xiao Yu's sleeve swung out, seeming to be casual, but it actually contained a terrifying martial skill, using softness to overcome hardness. It was practically the same as the Tai Chi from his previous life. Unfortunately, Tai Chi had already declined in his previous life. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never encountered a true Tai Chi expert. Tai Chi only appeared on the old man who did his morning exercise in the park. It only had the form, but not the spirit. Could the martial skill child you used just now be the Shao clan's strongest high-grade, profound, rank martial skill? Universe in the sleeve. Too terrifying. With just a wave of his sleeve, he broke Li Qing's dark nether finger that was at the mastery stage. They're not even on the same level. This Li Qing is impressive looking but useless. Now, I somewhat believe that when Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, it was definitely not voluntary. On the star observation platform, the group of young geniuses discussed animatedly, not suppressing their voices in the slightest. These voices were like sharp needles in Li Qing's ears. I will defeat Duan Lingtian in front of all of you, and let all of you know the difference between us. Li Qing was ruthless in his heart. Xiao Yu, your universe in the sleeve has been cultivated to the perfection stage. Li Qing looked at Xiao Yu and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Xiao Yu nodded indifferently. No wonder. Next time, when my dark nether finger enters the perfection stage, I will definitely battle with you again. I want to see if your universe in the sleeve is stronger, or if my dark nether finger is stronger. After leaving these words, Li Qing retreated to the side. Naturally, I'll accompany you. Xiao Yu's face was cold as he said indifferently. Universe in the sleeve? Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Chapter 73. Xiao Yu defeating Li Qing could be said to be as easy as blowing off dust and didn't consume any energy. His gaze fell onto Meng Quan, who was eating and drinking in the distance. Meng Quan, have you finished eating? Xiao Yu directly challenged Meng Quan. Meng Quan picked up another piece of dessert and swallowed it. Only then did he slowly walk out of the pavilion. If I fight you, I'll directly use my weapon. Otherwise, I'll surely be like that Li Qing and be sent flying by your sleeve. After informing Xiao Yu, Meng Quan took down the black iron rod from the weapon rack. As you wish. Xiao Yu nodded. Meng Quan held the black iron rod in his hand as he stood before Xiao Yu. The silly smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Even though I know I might not be a match for you, I still want to try. I want to see the gap between me and you, the publicly acknowledged #1 youth in Aurora City. Meng Quan had a serious expression. Suddenly, he moved. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiao Yu. The black iron rod in his hand trembled as it whistled down. 1,000 shadow rod. As the rod descended, it transformed into tens of rod silhouettes that smashed down toward Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Yu still didn't move. He stood there motionless like a mountain, facing Meng Quan's incoming rod. His sleeve moved once again. Faint origin energy almost coiled around the entire sleeve as it lightly trembled. Universe sleeve. He swung out his sleeve to welcome Meng Quan's menacing rod strike. Meng Quan's black iron rod trembled as it avoided Xiao Yu's sleeve and instantly changed direction, smashing horizontally toward Xiao Yu's waist. Whoosh! A formless wave of air trembled. The might of Meng Quan's rod strike was extremely ferocious. If an ordinary person were to be struck by this rod, they would be paralyzed at best and die at worst. Xiao Yu actually didn't dodge. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He could see that Xiao Yu would not find it difficult to dodge Meng Quan's strike. However, he did not dodge, nor did he use the universe in the sleeve again. It was as if he was waiting for Meng Quan to smash him with his stick. Is Child Yu planning to take a hit from Meng Quan? Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Only Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin, including the 4 youths and girls of the Xiao clan, had a calm expression, as if they weren't surprised at all. Boom! Meng Quan's staff finally landed on Xiao Yu's waist. To be more precise, it landed on Xiao Yu's defensive aura shield. The defensive energy suddenly trembled. The next moment, it shattered. The moment the defensive energy shield shattered, Meng Quan let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying with his rod. The rod flew, and the person fell, cutting a sorry figure. This is Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Wasn't this his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation? How could Xiao Yu know it? Moreover, Xiao Yu's greater teleportation was at a higher level than his, and had already reached the mastery stage. That was why he was able to take on Meng Quan's 1,000 shadow rod. After all, they were both high-grade, profound, rank martial skills at the mastery stage. It's shifting stars. I've long heard that the Xiao clan has a heaven-defying, high-grade, profound, rank martial skill that can give someone a taste of their own medicine. Child Yu was able to use shifting stars to take on Meng Quan's 1,000 shadow rod. So he must have cultivated shifting stars to the mastery stage. Oh my god! Perfection stage universe, sleeve, mastery stage shifting stars. Child Yu's comprehension ability is really shocking. Many people recognize the defensive martial skill Xiao Yu used. Shifting stars? So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian's heart moved. The greater shifting that he practiced and Xiao Yu's shifting stars should be martial skills that were similar to each other in some way. The defensive martial skill you practice is also stellar transposition. Hearing these discussions, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. She had fought with Duan Lingtian before and knew the strangeness of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. It was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's shifting stars. No, it's just that the characteristics are the same. My defensive martial skill is called greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You don't have to be so ruthless. I'd rather you be like when you defeated Li Qing and send me flying with a wave of your sleeve. If I knew your defensive martial skill was so abnormal, I wouldn't have fought with you. Meng Quan crawled up with a face full of dust and looked at Xiao Yu with hidden bitterness. Instantly, It was greeted with a wave of kind laughter. Meng Quan, you're able to make child you use shifting stars. You should be proud. Not bad. At least you're stronger than a certain someone who can't even compare to a country bumpkin. Many people laughed. Don't compare me with someone who lost to me. This is insulting me. Meng Quan glared with a face full of dissatisfaction. Li Qing, who stood at the side, had a gloomy expression and was furious to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, I want to fight with you. Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and issued a challenge. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as he retreated to Xiao Lan's side. Why did you choose me? Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't refuse and directly walked out. His goal was to be first in the hidden dragon ranking. If he wanted to be first, he must have the strength to crush all the young geniuses present. But he was somewhat puzzled as to why this Meng Quan directly chose him. He didn't seem to have fought with Lin Jue yet, right? Originally, I thought that besides Xiao Yu, my opponents would only be Lin Jue and Li Qing. But now Li Qing has been defeated by me. I can't defeat Xiao Yu, and you defeated Lin Jue, so I naturally choose you. If I defeat you, I don't even have to fight with Lin Jue. Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thinking about it, it did make sense. You're rather astute. Duan Lingtian laughed. In next to no time, Meng Quan made his move. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded forth. His move was like the wind, and the shadows of the rod covered the sky as it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and with a tricky angle, he dodged Meng Quan's rod strike. Seeing the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand sweeping towards him, Duan Lingtian moved once again. As if transforming into a snake, it coiled up along the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. As the saying goes, hit a snake with a rod and follow it up. Perhaps it was talking about this. Collapsing fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Duan Lingtian smashed out a fist, striking Meng Quan's chest and sending him flying. Pooh! Meng Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Duan Lingtian. What movement technique is that? It feels as if it's restraining my 1,000 shadow rod. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. Haven't you heard of hit a snake with a rod and follow it up? That's fine too. Meng Quan laughed bitterly and retreated. Hit a snake with a rod and follow it up. Duan Lingtian's movement technique, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, seems to have been created to restrain Meng Quan's 1,000 shadow rod. Meng Quan is too unlucky. Many people's faces revealed a strange smile. They could feel Meng Quan's grievance. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Li Qing walked in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian. HM? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Li Qing, you seem to be heavily injured. Could it be that you want to fight me in this state? Defeating you is more than enough. Li Qing sneered. Anyone can talk big. Come. Duan Lingtian quietly waited for Li Qing to make his move. Wait. Unexpectedly, Li Qing suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. This Li Qing still had many things to do. Let's make a bet. How about it? Li Qing took a deep breath. His eyes were like bright stars shining brightly. What bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The 2 of us will fight. The person who loses will not be able to have any contact with Fei Fei for the rest of his life. If he sees Fei Fei from afar, he will have to take a detour. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Qing directly said. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He originally thought that Li Qing was talking about pills, silver, or something like that. Duan Lingtian laughed. What are you laughing at? Li Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Nothing, I just think it's funny. Who are you to little Fei Heir? What qualifications do you have to use little Fei Heir to make a bet? Have you asked for little Fei Heir's opinion? Also, little Fei Heir is a person and not an object. She has her own thoughts. What are you thinking by using her as a bet? Do you think she's something that you can casually lose? Every sentence that Duan Lingtian asked made Li Qing's expression change. Li Qing was embarrassed and angry, but he did not know how to refute. Well said. Meng Quan praised. The gaze is that the others looked at Li Qing with had a bit more disdain. He even dared to say such a bet. This Li Qing was really shameless. People with discerning eyes could tell that the person that Li Fei liked was Duan Lingtian. Looks like he likes Li Fei very much. Xiao Lan's autumn eyes flashed, faintly flickering with a trace of disappointment. When Li Qing spoke of the bet, Li Fei's face was suffused with a layer of frost. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, her expression eased up. For the first time, she felt that Duan Lingtian was actually so lofty, her heart was warm. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. Under extreme rage, Li Qing almost lost all reason. Above the sky, the energy of heaven and earth trembled, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Roaming dragon steps. Dark Netherfinger. Li Qing attacked in a frenzy. Every move contained bloodthirsty killing intent, and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital points. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. At the same time that he dodged, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Li Qing, you're going too far. Duan Lingtian sneered. His right hand swiped past his waist, and a violet sword light appeared once more. Sword drawing arts. A fierce and icy cold sword strike greeted Li Qing's dark netherfinger. Whoosh! Li Qing withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning and dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike, then pointed out with his finger towards the body of the violet meteorite flexible sword. Clang! However, when he pointed his finger out, it landed on empty air. Duan Lingtian had already sheathed his sword. Since you want to kill me, I'll break off one of your fingers. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice had just sounded out. In a flash of lightning, whoosh! He drew his sword once more, and a violet sword light flashed past. The sword rose, and the finger was broken. Ah! Li Qing emitted a shrill cry. His left hand grabbed onto the bloody, severed finger of his right hand, and his face was ghastly pale. At this moment, his severed finger fell to the ground. He endured the pain and allowed his cold sweat to flow. He stretched out his left hand to grab his severed finger and left the star observation platform as if he was flying. At this moment, he didn't care about his ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking or Li Fei. He only knew that if his severed finger wasn't reattached in time, the dark nether finger that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years would be completely wasted. The power of his dark nether finger was concentrated on the index finger of his right hand. Duan Lingtian, I will return today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As he left, Li Qing didn't forget to roar. Chapter 74. The young geniuses on the star observation platform only reacted when Li Qing's figure disappeared before their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous gazes uniformly descended onto the violet-clothed youth. They all felt their hairs stand on end. This Duan Lingtian was really decisive. He said he'd broken Li Qing's finger, and then broke Li Qing's second finger. A trace of reverence appeared in the eyes of most of the young geniuses. Duan Lingtian had used his formidable strength and decisive methods to win the reverence of these young geniuses. Unlike the other young geniuses, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Li An's mouth, and pleasure arose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, Li Qing is still the Grand Elder's grandson. I want to see how a tiny branch family disciple like you will deal with the rage of the Grand Elder. He was happy that Li Qing was crippled. He was happy that Duan Lingtian caused trouble. You're too impulsive. Li Qing is the grandson of the Grand Elder after all, and the Grand Elder has always been protective, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian, who had returned, and her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Little Fei, are you worried about me? Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. You can still smile at a time like this. Li Fei panted with rage. Don't worry. There are so many witnesses for today's matter. If it wasn't for Li Qing being overbearing and relentlessly pursuing me, I wouldn't have broken his finger. I'm already giving the Grand Elder enough face by not killing him, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The Grand Elder indeed won't openly find trouble with you for today's matter. But it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. I heard from my grandfather that the Grand Elder isn't someone easy to deal with. Li Fei said anxiously. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled lightly. Is that so? You? Li Fei was completely helpless. Duan Lingtian was simply stubborn. However, she already had a plan in mind. When she returned home today, she would tell her grandfather about this matter and ask him to protect Duan Lingtian. Lin Zhua, do we still need to fight? Xiao Yu's gaze landed on Lin Zhua. Let's skip it. We just sparred a few days ago, and we haven't had any breakthroughs in the past few days. Lin Zhua waved his hand and said casually. Xiao Yu nodded. Then you will fight with Meng Quan. After Duan Lingtian recovers a little, I will fight with him, to fight for the first place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Does anyone else have any objections? As he spoke, Xiao Yu's gaze swept over the remaining young geniuses on the star observation platform. No one made a sound. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded. The first and second place of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking will be decided between me and Duan Lingtian. The third and fourth place will be decided between Lin Zhua and Wang Quan. The fifth place will be Li Qing. Meng Quan. Lin Zhua looked at Meng Quan. Wait, I haven't rested enough. Let's decide on the last 5 first, then we can fight later. Meng Quan stuffed a snack into his mouth and said vaguely. Lin Zhua was speechless. All right, let's start the battle for the last 5 places of the Hidden Dragon ranking, Xiao Yu nodded. Under his direction, the more outstanding young geniuses of the 3 big clans and the outstanding young geniuses of the small clans fought one after another. In the end, they came to a conclusion. The 6th place of the Hidden Dragon ranking, Lian. The 7th and 8th places were tied, Li Fei and Xiao Lan respectively. The 9th and 10th places were tied, Xiao Yun and Lin Qi respectively. Of the 10 people on the Hidden Dragon ranking, only Meng Quan came from a small clan. The other 9 people were all from the 3 big clans. The young geniuses of the small clans present were not surprised by this result. This time, at least Meng Quan was the only one on the list. In the previous season, the 10 people on the Hidden Dragon ranking were all from the 3 big clans. At this time, the sky was already close to dusk. All right. Meng Quan stepped out and picked up the black iron rod. He looked at Lin Zhua with battle intent in his eyes. Lin Zhua flew out and confronted Meng Quan. Suddenly, the 2 of them moved at the same time. Instantly, half of the stargazing platform was covered by shadows of rods and palms. The heaven's net palm formed an inescapable net that made it impossible for one to escape. The 1,000 shadow rod was like a shadow that could always strike the opponent at the most critical moment. Whoosh! The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, Lin Zhua showed a flaw, and the heaven's net palm enveloped Meng Quan and injured him. F***K. The third one is gone. Meng Quan could not help but curse. He was somewhat annoyed and casually threw the black iron rod to the side. Although Meng Quan lost, he still received everyone's respect. It was rare for a disciple of a small clan to have such an achievement. One could imagine that with his talent, if he was nurtured by the 3 big clans, it would not be impossible for him to surpass Lin Zhua in the future. Meng Quan! At this time, Xiao Yu stepped out and looked at Meng Quan. If you are interested in joining our Xiao clan and becoming a disciple with a different surname, the Xiao clan will spare no effort to nurture you. Obviously, Xiao Yu had taken a fancy to Meng Quan's talent and extended an olive branch. Meng Quan, if you are willing to join our Lin clan, we will not give you any less than the Xiao clan. Lin Zhuo was unwilling to fall behind. Lin Zhuo is the son of the Lin clan's patriarch, so it's normal for him to fight for Meng Quan for the Lin clan. This Xiao Yu shouldn't be the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Li Fei when he saw this scene. You don't know Xiao Yu's background. Li Fei had a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Xiao Yu isn't the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his status in the Xiao clan is even higher than the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch. Xiao Yu's grandfather is the Xiao clan's supreme elder and one of the Xiao clan's nascent soul experts. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed. So that's how it is. No wonder. I'm sorry, I'm preparing to leave Aurora City soon and head to Iron Blood City to join the army. Meng Quan smiled apologetically to Xiao Yu and Lin Zhuo. Iron Blood City join the army? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhuo were shocked as well. The young geniuses present looked at Meng Quan as if they'd seen a ghost. Could it be that Meng Quan wants to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Although Meng Quan's strength isn't bad, it seems to be slightly difficult for him to enter the genius camp. Yeah, the genius camp test doesn't only require one to be 19 years old and below, it also has a high requirement for one's strength. Supposedly, even a genius martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage or above might not be able to pass. This Meng Quan is simply crazy. Some of the young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads as they didn't look favorably upon Meng Quan. Meng Quan, you plan to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Lin Zhuo's gaze focused as he asked. I do plan to, but I don't know if I can pass the test. I heard that the genius camp test is extremely strict. Meng Quan laughed foolishly. It's not just strict. According to the disciples of our Lin clan who left and returned, the genius camp test is simply abnormal. Speaking of which, the number of young geniuses in our Aurora City that were able to pass the test and enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp can be counted on one hand. Lin Zhuo sighed. Unfortunately, my father isn't willing to let me go. Otherwise, I would want to give it a try. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was filled with cruelty. Supposedly, every year, many young geniuses would die inside. However, if you're unable to pass the genius camp test, then our Lin clan's door will always be open for you. Lin Zhuo's expression turned serious as he spoke. He wasn't willing to let go of a talent like Meng Quan. All right. Meng Quan nodded and agreed. Meng Quan, when do you plan to leave? Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan as a flowing light flashed within his eyes. The genius camp test that occurs once a year is in half a year. I plan to leave in 5 months. Meng Quan laughed foolishly. 5 months later? At that time, you can come to the Xiao clan to find me. I'll go with you, Xiao Yu said. You're going as well? Meng Quan was stunned. Big guy. Brother, you already planned to go to the genius camp a few months ago. Xiao Yun snorted. Child, you also wants to go to the genius camp? The group of young geniuses on the star observation platform all looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. In their opinion, Xiao Yu was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Xiao clan in the past 100 years. As long as he stayed in the Xiao clan, becoming the Xiao clan's patriarch in the future was almost certain. But once he entered the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, it would be a narrow escape. If they were Xiao Yu, they would definitely not take the risk. Although the rewards were great, but that was on the premise of surviving. Once he died, then there would be nothing left. All right, I'll go with you at that time, so we can take care of each other. Meng Quan smiled. Xiao Yu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was just about to ask Li Fei what the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was, when he noticed Xiao Yu's gaze. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and he directly entered the arena. He stood opposite of Xiaoyu. On the star observation platform, everyone's gaze fell on the two. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu, the number one of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking, would be decided. Do you guys think that Duan Lingtian has a chance of defeating Xiaoyu? How is that possible? Although I admit that Duan Lingtian is very strong, and his talent isn't inferior to Xiaoyu's, he's only 16 years old after all. He definitely can't compare to Xiaoyu. That's right. I think so too. Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses, Duan Lingtian moved. On the other hand, Xiaoyu still stood on the spot, not moving like a mountain. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian used his strongest move as soon as he attacked. At the same time, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. He didn't hold back in the battle with Xiaoyu. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Some of the surrounding young geniuses were stunned. The 9th level of the body tempering stage, displaying the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks like the rumors were true. Swish! A violet sword light that contained a cold and fierce aura flashed straight toward Xiaoyu. Universe sleeve. Xiaoyu swept out his sleeve with origin energy covering it as it swept towards the flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth carried a trace of a smile. The hand that held the sword trembled. Rip. The sword passed through Xiaoyu's origin energy and pierced through Xiaoyu's sleeve, tearing it apart. Spirit weapon. At the same time that Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, his face went grim as he swiftly retreated. Shadowless floating light. Instantly, Xiaoyu flashed backwards, leaving behind a few afterimages. His speed was swift to the extreme as he dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. Spirit weapon? Everyone on the star observation platform was stunned. This Duan Lingtian actually has a spirit weapon. Isn't he a branch family disciple of the Li clan? Chapter 75. Spirit weapon? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He has a spirit weapon as well. No, it doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon. Your strength doesn't seem to have received any amplification. Moreover, even if it's a spirit weapon, it's impossible for it to completely ignore my origin energy. What sword is your sword? After Xiaoyu stood still, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. Correct, my sword isn't a spirit weapon. However, there's a type of material within my sword that's sufficient to ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian nodded as he spoke. This was one of the characteristics of violet meteorite. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian spoke simply, but in the ears of Xiaoyu and the others present, it caused their scalps to go numb. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian only needed to catch his opponent off guard to gain the upper hand when using this sword. Even a 9th level core formation martial artist could die under his sword if they were slightly careless. Then I'll change to another sword. After Duan Lingtian sheathed his sword, he looked at the weapon rack at the side. No need, I'll use a weapon. Xiaoyu shook his head and took a spear from the weapon rack. Origin energy suffused the spear with a shake of his hand. Come. Xiaoyu looked at Duan Lingtian. Spirit serpent movement technique. Sword drawing arts. The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a shadow that followed closely behind as it flashed toward Xiaoyu. Sleeve dimension. Xiaoyu's spear shook and swept towards Duan Lingtian's sword. As the spear swayed, it perfectly contained the force exertion of sleeve dimension. Ka! A clear sound echoed out. It was Duan Lingtian's sword that broke the spear in Xiaoyu's hand. Duan Lingtian's purple meteorite flexible sword could even break a steel sword, not to mention Xiaoyu's ordinary spear. Looks like I can't fight you head-on. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed. Holding the short spear in his hand, his figure flashed. Shadowless floating light. He executed his movement technique, and his speed was extremely fast. Spirit Snake movement technique. Duan Lingtian discovered that even if he went all out, it would still be difficult for him to catch up to Xiao Yu's speed. A high-grade profound class movement skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as he understood. He didn't expect this. This Xiao Yu had actually cultivated a profound, rank high-tier, offensive martial skill and movement martial skill to the perfection stage. Even his high-grade, profound, rank defensive martial skill had been cultivated to the great success stage. Such a level of comprehension was monstrous. Of all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is invincible. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'm about to attack. Xiao Yu's voice was clear and cold. Duan Lingtian was the only person who was able to make him execute 3 different martial skills today. He had received the respect he deserved. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard this. He felt the pressure. He began to be vigilant. Universe Creator. Xiao Yu rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving behind Duan Lingtian. He swung the broken spear in his hand and aimed it at Duan Lingtian's back. Just when he thought that Duan Lingtian would be sent flying by his spear. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward like a spirit snake, barely dodging Xiao Yu's attack. You have some skills. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, his battle intent rising. Even though Duan Lingtian dodged Xiao Yu's attack, he was still drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the reflexes he developed as a special forces soldier in his previous life, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge Xiao Yu's attack just now with his great success stage spirit snake movement technique. Following that, Xiao Yu attacked several times. Every time he caught Duan Lingtian off guard. But he realized that Duan Lingtian was always able to dodge his attacks, which made him a little suspicious. Did this Duan Lingtian have an intuition that was not inferior to his? What he didn't know was that after dodging his attacks a few times, Duan Lingtian's nerves were already extremely tired. Universe Creator. Xiao Yu once again used a speed that far surpassed Duan Lingtian's and arrived behind Duan Lingtian. The broken spear once again descended. This time Duan Lingtian, whose nerves were in pain, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. And at this moment his legs trembled and his entire body instantly shot out into the distance, causing Xiao Yu's attack to hit empty air. That is... Looking at the white light that suffused Duan Lingtian's legs, Xiao Yu was stunned. It's origin force. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian broke through? Duan Lingtian actually managed to develop origin force during his battle with Xiao Yu. Unbelievable. Many people were dumbstruck. He broke through? Li Fei looked at this scene and was stunned. Brother is probably going to lose. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Lan's mouth. This Duan Lingtian is simply a monster. Xiao Yun frowned and said, Haha, Xiao Yu, take my sword. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly as origin force flashed beneath his feet. Above his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's current speed was slightly faster than Xiao Yu's, developing origin force under pressure and breaking through to the core formation stage. Even Duan Lingtian was somewhat caught off guard. He originally thought that he still needed a period of time to break through, but he didn't expect that he would break through under these circumstances. At the end of the day, he still had to thank Xiao Yu. Wham! Duan Lingtian instantly arrived before Xiao Yu and swung his sword downwards. Universe in the sleeve. Xiao Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current speed surpassed his, so he could only choose to fight head-on with Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't use a sword blade. It couldn't be considered as relying on a sharp weapon. But even so, the violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand slapped onto the broken spear in Xiao Yu's hand. Wham! The broken spear started to tremble. Xiao Yu discovered that the strength of universe in the sleeve was completely crushed. Intense pain came from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Only then did Xiao Yu notice that his web between his thumb and forefinger had been split open by Duan Lingtian's sword and was dripping with blood. "I've lost," Xiao Yu said calmly. "If I hadn't just broken through to the core formation stage, the one who lost would have been me," Duan Lingtian smiled. "Luck is also a part of strength." Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Even if Duan Lingtian's movement technique was a stage lower than his speed had already steadily surpassed his. The extra strength of an ancient mammoth completely surpassed the difference of a stage between a high-grade, profound, rank martial skill. Developing origin force during battle and breaking through to the core formation stage, this is also possible. Many people were dumbstruck. Until now, they still hadn't been able to react to the scene from before. When they saw Duan Lingtian being suppressed by Xiao Yu, they all thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But who would have thought? Duan Lingtian actually developed origin force at the critical moment and broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, controlling the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and launching a counterattack to suppress Xiao Yu, obtaining the final victory. Good. Only when they reacted did they start cheering. "Duan Lingtian, you fully deserve to be first in this year's Hidden Dragon list. As for the reward, our Xiao clan members will personally deliver it to you." Xiao Yu nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian. He wholeheartedly accepted his defeat under Duan Lingtian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths. But a soaring battle intent still arose within his heart. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would surely challenge Duan Lingtian again. "Sorry for the trouble." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. "Right, I still have a question, but I don't know if it's convenient for you to answer." Suddenly, Xiao Yu asked, "You want to ask me why I'm able to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I'm only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, right?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xiao Yu nodded. He was slightly surprised at Duan Lingtian's wisdom. "When I went to the Misty Forest last time, I found a spirit fruit. After consuming it, I noticed that my body underwent a transformation and had the strength of 2 ancient mammoths." Duan Lingtian explained. He naturally wouldn't mention the matter of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique and casually found an excuse. Moreover, there were indeed similar spirit fruits in Cloud Continent. "So that's how it is. Your luck is pretty good. However, to be able to break through to the core formation stage at the age of 16, with the natural talent you've displayed now, even in the entire Aurora City, you're the first person to do so in the past 100 years. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through today." Duan Lingtian smiled. If it wasn't for the pressure that Xiao Yu gave him, he wouldn't have been able to directly complete the breakthrough. "In that case, you owe me a favor?" Xiao Yu seized the opportunity. "You can say that." Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. "If that's the case, I'll treat you and Li Fei to a banquet tonight. You shouldn't refuse, right?" Xiao Yu asked again. "You'll have to ask her." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei. Li Fei was walking over when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Her angelic face flushed red, and her heart slightly trembled. Thinking of the agreement she made with Duan Lingtian before, she wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. "Then let's have a meal before going back." Li Fei nodded. Next, Xiao Yu invited Lin Zhua, Lin Qi, and Meng Quan. Besides Meng Quan, who was in a hurry to go back, Lin Zhua and Lin Qi stayed behind. The others went back to their own homes. They knew their own limitations. They didn't have the qualifications to be invited by Xiao Yu. Today's gathering of geniuses came to an end. The rankings of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking were out. First, Duan Lingtian. Second, Xiaoyu. Third, Lin Zhua. Fourth, Meng Quan. Fifth, Li Qing. Sixth, Lian 7th and 8th were tied, Li Fei and Xiaolon respectively. 9th and 10th were tied, Xiao Yun and Lin Qi respectively. That night, Xiao Yu held a banquet in a spacious courtyard. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Li Rou, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi, there was only Xiao Yu, Xiaolon, and Xiao Yin. Lin Zhua, your strength isn't any weaker than Meng Quan. Why don't you try the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? At the banquet, Xiao Yu asked Lin Zhua. Hearing this, Lin Zhua bitterly smiled. Xiao Yu, I want to go, but my father won't allow it. You know that it's fine if you don't pass the Genius Camp's exam. But if you pass the exam and enter the Genius Camp, it's almost certain death. I'm not afraid, but my father won't let me take the risk. A person's life is naturally filled with difficulties and obstacles. I feel that this is an opportunity for me. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered, filled with yearning. Your grandfather is willing to let you go? Lin Zhua had a strange look in his eyes. On this point, he's more open-minded than your father. However, even if he doesn't allow it, I'll still go. Aurora City isn't the stage I yearn for. If I continue to stay in Aurora City, I'll only walk the same path as my grandfather. The nascent soul stage is the end, and then I'll just be waiting for death. Maybe it's because he's experienced it before that he didn't stop me. Chapter 76. With your talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Lin Zhua looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. It's not difficult to enter, but it's not easy to survive. In the past 30 years, among the genius disciples of the 3 great clans of Aurora City, at least 100 of them passed the test and entered the Genius Camp. But in the end, not a single one survived. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed. You guys have been talking about this Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp for so long. What is it for? Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Is it strange? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Soon after, under Lin Zhua's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally knew what kind of place the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a powerful army under the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was stationed at the border of Iron Blood City. The soldiers of the Iron Blood Army were said to be able to fight 1 against 10, and their might was unstoppable. The Genius Camp of the Iron Blood Army was an independent army camp that collected young geniuses and was directly subordinate to the imperial family. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, there was a paladin academy. As long as one graduated from this academy, almost all of them would be conferred an official position by the imperial family and be given a piece of land, becoming a noble of a region. At that time, they would only need to say a word to annihilate powers like the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were countless small cities like Aurora City. There were even more powers similar to the 3 great clans. The threshold for Paladin Academy was also very high. Apart from the imperial family's disciples and a few outstanding disciples from prominent families in the imperial city who could directly enter, ordinary people who wanted to enter had to go through a cruel test in order to obtain the qualifications to enter. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was one of the many cruel tests. The Genius Camp's special training lasted for a year. Only those who survived the special training had the qualifications to become a member of Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, nearly 100 people from the 3 great clans of Aurora City passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. However, all of these people died in the Genius Camp's special training, without exception. The Genius Camp's cruelty. It was said that only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the genius camp would be able to survive after a year. There was a saying, 9 deaths and 1 life in the genius camp. Without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage, young geniuses wouldn't dare enter the genius camp. Once one entered the genius camp, one would only face 2 paths. First, death. The second was to soar to the heavens. Imperial City, Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian began to ponder. The Duan family was in the Imperial City. According to his mother, Li Ro, the Duan family seemed to be a prominent family in the Imperial City. One day he would go to the Duan clan. There was only one purpose: take Duan Lingxing's life. In the past, Duan Lingxing had injured Ke and Li Xian, which had completely infuriated him. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was because of his military experience in his previous life, but Duan Lingtian felt a sense of familiarity with the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. How about it, Duan Lingtian? Are you interested? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, You said to Meng Quan before that the genius camp exam would be in half a year. Duan Lingtian asked, Yes. However, if you want to go, you must leave 1 month in advance. Because even if we ride at top speed, it would still take us almost a month to get to Iron Blood City from Aurora City. Xiao Yu slowly said, If you want to go, you can travel with me and Meng Quan. Xiao Yu said again, I'll consider it. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. He didn't go, nor did he say that he wouldn't go. No rush, there's still 5 months. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and girls ate and drank, and the banquet quickly came to an end. By the way, Duan Lingtian, you broke Li Qing's finger today. Even if he could reconnect it in time, his dark, nether finger would be crippled. Li Qing doesn't have a brain, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But his grandfather, the Li family's great elder, is a powerful person. You must be careful. Xiao Yu and his sister personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of the Xiao family mansion. Xiao Yu warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. Watching Duan Lingtian and the others leave, Xiao Yu looked at his sister, Xiao Lan, beside him. Xiao Lan's autumn eyes shone with a strange light. Lan are you tempted? Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Brother, what are you talking about? Xiao Lan's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly turned around and left. Xiao Yu laughed. Which girl didn't yearn for love? He didn't care. Besides, Duan Lingtian was indeed very outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had high standards, was tempted. Duan Lingtian, if you really want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, I suggest that you go in 1 or 2 years. You're different from Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. If they don't go this time, they won't have another chance in the future. You're only 16. Even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances. On the way back to Aurora City, Lin Zhua suggested, The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited young geniuses below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and declined to comment. Soon, they arrived at Aurora City. Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, you can come to the Lin family to find us brothers. As long as it's within our power, we won't refuse. Before parting ways, Lin Zhua smiled at Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we're already friends. There's no need to be courteous with us. Lin Qi also said. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled at the 2 of them in a friendly manner. He, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi could be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. They appreciated each other's talents. Since you've broken through to the core condensation stage, can you treat my grandfather? On the way back to the Li family's mansion, Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian. Yes, my dear wife, Duan Lingtian replied in all seriousness. What's a wife? Li Fei was dazed. It means wife. It's what we call it in a small town in the countryside. Duan Lingtian realized that he had misspoken. In this world, There was no such thing as a wife. "Pei, who's your wife?" Li Fei blushed. "My good wife, have you forgotten our promise?" Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's slender waist. Her softness touched his hand. "Hurry and let go. There's someone in front." Li Fei's body trembled and stiffened. She didn't resist and said softly. Duan Lingtian laughed and stopped teasing her. "Okay, I'll go to your house tomorrow morning to find you and grandfather. I'm a bit tired today. I need to go back and have a good sleep." After returning to the Li family's mansion and sending Li Fei home, Duan Lingtian returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he found the girl sitting at the table. She looked tired and was dozing off. The table was filled with food. Kerr! Duan Lingtian's heart ached. He could guess that Kerr must have waited for him the entire night. "Young master." Kerr drowsily rubbed her eyes when she heard his voice. She stood up and welcomed Duan Lingtian to the table. "Madam said that you must have eaten outside, but I still made a few dishes. Young master, have you eaten yet?" "Silly girl, I haven't eaten yet. I'm just hungry. Come, eat with me." Duan Lingtian sat down and finished all the food on the table with the girl's accompaniment. Although he endured until the end, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. No matter what, this was Kerr's good intentions. He didn't want to disappoint her. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had finished eating, Kerr revealed a satisfied smile. After clearing away the dishes, she greeted Duan Lingtian and prepared to return to her room to sleep. "Kerr, sleep in my room tonight. I want to hug you." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the girl. The girl was startled and a little panicked. Her cheeks were red, but she still nodded lightly. Lying on the bed and smelling the girl's fresh body fragrance, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and had a reaction. But he didn't take any further action. He just hugged the girl, one hand holding the bud in front of the girl's chest, and lay there peacefully. Young master!" The girl's delicate body trembled slightly. She could feel a hot and hard thing poking her from behind. "Kerr, sleep." Hugging the girl and smelling the girl's fragrance, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. He was a man full of vigor. However, the girl was still young. He didn't want to take her at this time. If the girl in his arms was Li Fei, he would have pounced on her without a care for anything, taking and venting to his heart's content. The girl heard Duan Lingtian's steady breathing. She took a deep breath and a blissful smile appeared on her face. The next day, near noon, Duan Lingtian woke up. Not good. Duan Lingtian remembered his promise with Li Fei. "Young master." At this time, the girl in his arms was also awakened by him. "Kerr, if you're still sleepy, you can sleep a little longer." Duan Lingtian hugged the girl and kissed her forehead. He got off the bed and put on his clothes. The girl also got off the bed. After putting on her clothes, she walked out of the room with Duan Lingtian. Who knew? Just as they opened the door, they saw a girl with a hot body standing in the courtyard, looking over at them. You guys." Li Fei looked at the scene in front of her. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. "Sister Fei Fei." Kerr greeted Li Fei and ran back to her room in embarrassment. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei with a natural expression. "Little Fei, let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept." "Careless?" Li Fei's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but when she thought about how she still needed Duan Lingtian to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian could still feel the smell of gunpowder around him. He shook his head and smiled. What a jealous lover. You guys last night. Finally, Li Fei couldn't hold it in anymore. "You want to ask what we did last night, right?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei didn't reply, but her expression said everything. "Sigh. When will my Kerr grow up to be as big as you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to sleep with a body full of fire." Duan Lingtian sighed and looked at Li Fei's hot body without restraint. Little Fei, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Pei, why don't you let Ke sleep with you? Chapter 77. Then he followed Li Fei to her house. After a month, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once again. I really didn't expect that you would complete your breakthrough so quickly. Although he heard Li Fei talk about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough last night, the old man still couldn't help but be surprised when he actually saw Duan Lingtian, a 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was a 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Lingtian's house, who knew what he would think? Grandfather, I can help you refine medicinal pills today and completely eradicate your hidden illness. However, I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one in your collection, right? Duan Lingtian blinked, and a trace of a sly smile flashed past his eyes. Kid, you actually have ideas about me. I do have a cauldron here, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. But can you really refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly raised his hand with his palm facing up. He circulated his origin energy. In the next moment, it was as if Emperor Wu of Samsara possessed him with a skillful technique. He transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The various grades of alchemists were graded according to their pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You're really a little monster that people can't see through. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. If you can really refine a medicinal pill that can eradicate my hidden illness, then there's no harm in giving that cauldron to you. Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something your teacher left behind for you? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly twitched. She knew what that cauldron meant to her grandfather. Grandfather, since that cauldron means so much to you, then forget it. I'll just casually refine a cauldron for myself to play with. Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. He didn't want to steal someone's love. It doesn't matter. That medicinal cauldron was teacher's masterpiece back in the day. It's like a pearl covered in dust in my hands. It's better for it to shine again in your hands. However, Lingtian brat, you said just now that you were casually refining a medicinal cauldron for fun? Don't tell me you can condense weapon flames as well. The old man had a strange look in his eyes. Chi, the alchemic fire in Duan Lingtian's palm changed and began to wreak havoc. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have become scorching hot. 9th grade artifact flame. As a refiner, the old man naturally knew the difference between pill fire and tool fire. Alchemy fire was more reserved. The weapon flame was inclined to wreak havoc and be flamboyant. You, the old man's breathing quickened, and he was a little out of breath. Even the most talented of alchemists and blacksmiths would require several years of hard work to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire with their elemental energy. The purple-clothed youth before his eyes had completely subverted his understanding of alchemists and artificers. That year, he spent 5 years to successfully condense his elemental energy into pill fire. But even then his teacher said that his natural talent was extraordinary. Grandfather, don't be agitated. Duan Lingtian put away the weapon flame and smiled. Li Fei, who was at the side, was dumbstruck long ago. Although she wasn't an alchemist or an artificer, she had been by her grandfather's side since she was young and had long since been influenced by what she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or artificer. But now, she discovered that everything before her eyes had completely overturned what her grandfather had said in the past. I've really lived all these years in vain. The old man caught his breath and had a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian hurriedly diverted the topic. Grandfather, Some of the medicinal herbs I want to refine for you are relatively rare and can't be sold in ordinary pharmacies. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the other crest beside the Leaf family crest on the old man's body. He recognized it. This was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest issued by the Alchemist Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one went in the entire Cloud Continent, one would be able to obtain extremely high treatment. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town branch family's grand elder, Li Hua, also had an Alchemist Guild crest pinned on his chest at all times, indicating his identity as a Grade 9 alchemist. You want to go to the Alchemist Guild to buy medicinal herbs? The old man's brows slightly frowned. According to my knowledge, the medicinal herbs in the Alchemist Guild can't be directly purchased with gold or silver. They must be purchased with the Alchemist Guild's unique points. I know this. Duan Lingtian nodded. What a joke. That year, no matter what, Samsara Emperor Wu was the one and only royal grade alchemist on Cloud Continent. Moreover, he was the honorary guild master of the Cloud Continent's Alchemist Guild. He was extremely clear about the matters of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, one must make a contribution to the Alchemist Guild. For example, completing the missions issued by the Alchemist Guild or offering a rare medicinal formula would allow one to obtain abundant points. The old man told Duan Lingtian an address. Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate. Li Fei was curious as she followed Duan Lingtian. This lousy place is the Alchemist Guild. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as they arrived at the end of a small alley and looked at the dangerous building that was on the verge of collapse. But in the next moment, Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be completely speechless. Not bad. Slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Li Fei looked at the dangerous building and commented. Duan Lingtian could imagine that the Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would surely be even more difficult to look at. Walking into the Alchemist Guild was completely different from what they had expected. Although the hall was old, it was very simple. When they entered, besides a young girl standing behind the counter in the distance, there was no one else. The two of them arrived before the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post a mission or receive a medicinal pill that you've entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine? The young girl's appearance was ordinary, but she was very spirited, and her pair of large eyes were bright and full of expression. Ordinary people could go to the Alchemist Guild and post missions with gold and silver, entrusting the Alchemist Guild to refine medicinal pills. And these missions would be posted by the Alchemist Guild for the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to accept, and the mission rewards would become the Alchemist Guild's points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to alchemists they were extremely precious. Sometimes some alchemists would even spend a large amount of gold and silver to post missions, and then complete the missions themselves to earn points. It was equivalent to exchanging gold and silver for points. In the Alchemist Guild, according to the rules, gold and silver couldn't be directly exchanged for points. But as the saying goes, the devil is as tall as 10. I am here to register as a Grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and stated his purpose for coming. Register as a Grade 9 alchemist. The young girl was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a Grade 9 alchemist? Not to mention that a Grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation martial artist. Even if the youth in front of her had good natural talent in the martial Dao and high natural talent in alchemy, once he broke through to the core formation stage, he would still need to spend at least a few years before he could condense pill fire with his origin energy. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. What, you can't make the decision? Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked, Guest, please wait a moment. I'll go invite our guildmaster out. Although the young girl felt that it was slightly inconceivable, the other party was a guest after all. She couldn't distinguish whether it was true or false, so she could only go find the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master. Before long, the young girl brought out an old man. The old man was in high spirits, and his eyes emitted a bright light. Who wants to register as a grade 9 alchemist? The old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and his brows slightly furrowed. Me. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You? Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home. This isn't a place for you to have fun. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Geezer, why are you so impolite? Li Fei couldn't stand it anymore. Humph. What does a little girl like you know about manners? You came to have fun with me, and this is called being polite? I thought that Aurora City had produced another alchemist. But I didn't expect that it's actually just two little kids fooling around. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly embarrassed and angry. Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't just look at the surface. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept the old man with his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm faced up, and a strand of milky white pale fire jumped up. The old man and the young girl beside him were both stunned. Grade 9 pale fire. It wasn't that they hadn't seen it before, but it appeared in the hands of a 16-year-old youth. This was the first time they had seen it. Little guy, do you have a master? The old man's eyes shone, and his attitude underwent a 360-degree change. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure. Nonsense. If I didn't have a master, how could I become a grade 9 alchemist at such a young age? Duan Lingtian disdainfully glanced at the old man. How could he not see that the old man had the intention of taking him in as a disciple? However, as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher. The old man's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. Soon after, the old man helped Duan Lingtian register, and gave Duan Lingtian a grade 9 alchemist badge and a crystal card. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. When Duan Lingtian infused his origin energy into it, he noticed that the balance inside was 0. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist. He suddenly felt that the resentment that he had accumulated these past few years when he was sent to this godforsaken place had imperceptibly dissipated a little. Right, geezer, I need some materials. Duan Lingtian said again. Little guy, I'm not some old geezer. I'm Aurora City's alchemist, Guild's guild master, Sumo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete missions and contribute pill formulas and exchange them for points, you can use points to buy them. Sumo glared at Duan Lingtian. Humph. Then I'll post some missions right now. Duan Lingtian took out a handful of silver notes. Little guy, I have to remind you, when a customer posts a mission in the Alchemist Guild, I, as the guild master of the Alchemist Guild, have the priority to accept it. So if you want to use gold and silver to exchange for points, you better give up on this idea as soon as possible. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of Sumo's mouth, as if he was certain that he had Duan Lingtian under control. Geezer, you're really shameless. Chapter 78. Little girl, I'm not being shameless. I'm just following the rules of the Alchemist Association. Sumo's lips curled into a smug smile. You. Li Fei was furious. Little Fei. Why are you angry with the old man? His heart isn't good. If you're not careful and anger him, we'll have to pay a lot of money. Duan Lingtian reached out and held Li Fei's hand, squeezing her palm to reassure her. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian, puzzled. Duan Lingtian looked at the stunned Sumo, and a smile appeared on his lips. Want to steal business from him? Help me register. I want to issue a mission. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside Sumo. The young girl hesitated and looked at the old man. He's now a guest of the Alchemist Association, After registering, give me the mission." Su Emo nodded to the young girl. But soon, when he heard Duan Lingtian's mission, the smile on his face froze. 100,000 taels of silver to refine 3 phosphorescence pills. Phosphorescence pill? What kind of pill was that? He had never heard of this kind of pill. "Old man, according to the rules of the Alchemist Association, if an alchemist can refine the pill for the mission, he can use points in advance to buy the herbs he needs, and after completing the mission, the corresponding points will be deducted from the reward. Am I right?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Su Emo. Su Emo was furious. There was indeed such a rule. Su Emo reluctantly took out the materials Duan Lingtian needed and arranged a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. "Old man, you wouldn't mind lending me your cauldron, would you?" Duan Lingtian blinked, making Sumo's mouth twitch. "I can lend it to you, but I'll charge you 10 points. Suemo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, actually wanted to borrow someone else's cauldron. How unprofessional. 10 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. This 100,000 taels of silver is only worth 100 points, right? Also, how many points do the materials you gave me cost? Not much, just 30 points. When Su Emo saw Duan Lingtian frown, a smile finally appeared on his tense face. "You're so evil, but don't regret it." Duan Lingtian took the medicine cauldron from Sumo's hand. After giving Su Emo a deep look, he led Li Fei into the quiet room and closed the door. Regret? What's there to regret? Su Emo did not mind. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian shook the medicinal cauldron in his hand and nodded. "That old man is treacherous, but his medicinal cauldron is indeed not bad. It can be considered a fine grade 8 spirit tool." Alchemists also had many requirements for medicinal cauldrons when refining pills. For example, a Tier 9 alchemist must use a medicinal cauldron that was a Tier 9 spirit weapon or above to ensure that the medicinal cauldron would not be melted by the alchemy fire. A Tier 8 alchemist would need a cauldron that was a Tier 8 spirit artifact or above, and so on and so forth. The higher the grade of the alchemist, the higher the requirements for the medicinal cauldron. "Did you just say that you won't make that old man regret?" Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. "You'll know very soon." Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously, placing the medicinal cauldron on the stone table in the quiet room. Duan Lingtian lit up a milky white alchemic fire in his palm. He opened the lid of the medicinal cauldron and merged the alchemic fire into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to put the materials in one by one. When refining pills, the order and quantity of materials were very particular. A slight mistake could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Then there was the heat. When Duan Lingtian had put all the materials in the medicinal cauldron, he closed the lid of the medicinal cauldron. Yuan power pulsed in his palms, condensing into alchemic fire and pressing it against the vents at both ends of the medicinal cauldron. The alchemic fire entered, and he began to refine pills with a high intensity. A series of movements, like moving clouds and flowing water, was as if an experienced alchemist was performing. Li Fei, who was at the side, was completely dumbfounded. Is he really only 16 years old? Li Fei's heart was shaken. Everything that this youth had displayed in front of her was simply not something that a 16-year-old youth should have. She felt that the youth was even more mysterious. There was a feeling that made it hard for her to fathom. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the alchemic fire soared and blasted into the medicinal cauldron. Pill collection. In an instant, 3 pills flickering with a fiery red halo flew out from the pill outlet at one end of the medicinal cauldron and landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. Seems like the first time refining pills is not bad. The purity is over 90%. Looking at the 3 pills, Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Different alchemists, even if refining the same type of pill, would refine different finished products. Different purity. The less impurities remained in the pill, the better the medicinal effect of the pill. If an average ninth-level alchemist were to refine the phosphorescence pill, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, the head elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua, refined the Thunderfire pill with a purity of only a little more than 50%, greatly reducing the medicinal effect. The phosphorescence pill was the pill that he had refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Given Li Fei's grandfather's condition, only a phosphorescence pill with a purity of 80% or more could completely cure his unmentionable illness. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who could refine such a high-purity medicinal pill. Purity above 90%. Any alchemist would realize how rare this purity was. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian took the phosphorescence pill to hand over the task points, Sumo's expression was unusually interesting. This, picking up a phosphorescence pill, Sumo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the phosphorescence pill and did not know what it was used for at this moment, he could sense with his 8th-level alchemist perception that this pill was extraordinary. Based on his rough estimation, this phosphorescence pill's purity was absolutely above 90%. What kind of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally knew. Even a first-level alchemist on Cloud Continent might not be able to refine a 9th-level medicinal pill to such a degree of purity. One must know that for the same type of medicinal pill, 60% purity and 90% purity were simply the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was on a completely different level. "Little guy, how did you do it?" Su Emo looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight excitement. "I just casually refined it and accidentally made it like this. How is it? Not bad, right?" "Right, this is the first time I've refined a pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Su Emo and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. "Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday? First time refining a pill?" Hearing this, the corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. "Don't joke around." Su Emo frowned. "I'm not joking." Duan Ling Tian spread out his hands with an innocent expression. "I can testify." Seeing Sumo's current appearance, Li Fei's mood improved greatly and a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yesterday, at the Genius Gathering, hosted by the Shao family estate, many of the young geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own eyes. Also, he's ranked first on the new Hidden Dragon list. Ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list? Sumo's eyes focused. He had been in Aurora City for a few years and naturally heard that there was a Hidden Dragon list ranking for young geniuses in Aurora City. The young geniuses that were able to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Shao family Shao Yu was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 17 last year. Could it be that he lost to this little guy this year? Su Emo glanced at Li Fei and then looked at Duan Ling Tian with some shock. That's right, Shao Yu is still ranked second this time. Li Fei's clear eyes slightly moved as she slowly spoke. Su Emo sucked in a cold breath. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was enough to shock him. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him. But all of this seemed to be never-ending. First was a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90%. Then it was first on the Hidden Dragon list. What kind of monster was this violet-clothed youth? Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never heard of such an abnormal person. Duan Ling Tian. Su Emo deeply remembered the name that was exposed when the youth registered. Done. At this moment, the young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duan Ling Tian. Balance, 60 points. Let's go back. Duan Ling Tian took back the phosphor fire pill from Sumo's hand and called out to Li Fei, seeing that Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei were about to leave. Wait. Su Emo couldn't help but speak out. Is there something else? Duan Ling Tian turned around and glanced at him with a spurious smile. You said earlier that I should never regret it. I want to know, what were you referring to? Suemo asked. If it was before, he wouldn't have paid attention to Duan Lingtian's words. But now that he'd seen how miraculous Duan Lingtian was, he had no choice but to treat it seriously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist. But you seem to have taken a wrong path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could have perfectly broken through to become a grade 7 alchemist. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched as he smiled. Sumo's face darkened. This was called not a big deal. At this moment, he even wondered if Duan Lingtian was doing it on purpose. All right, old man, I still have things to do. I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait. Suemo once again called out to Duan Lingtian. Is there something else? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that deep within his eyes was a trace of a smile. You have a way? Suemo asked, his breathing slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward. What are your conditions? Suemo was even more straightforward, his expression pained. He knew that with Duan Lingtian's previous attitude, he was probably going to bleed. I'm not greedy. I only want half of the points in your crystal card. Duan Lingtian grinned. This was not greedy. That was half his life's savings. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched as he silently cursed. Little fox! I promise you. However, Suemo still resolutely agreed, his gaze falling on Duan Lingtian. But I want to inspect the goods first before I give you the points. What? Are you afraid that I'll cheat you? Then forget it. We're not in debt. Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand, quickly walking out. Whoosh! In an instant, Suemo blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 79. Even in the entire Aurora City, among the 3 great families, only the Grand Elders were slightly better than Suemo. However, with Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist and the Alchemist Guild behind him, even if the Grand Elders of the 3 great families saw him, they would have to politely address him as President Su. Give me the crystal card. Suemo looked at Duan Lingtian and extended his hand. He chose to compromise, although he was helpless in his heart. He had already discovered what Duan Lingtian had said. However, he did not have the experience of becoming a grade 7 alchemist and could only walk this path to the end, bumping into many obstacles. Now that he had the opportunity to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he naturally would not let it go easily. In his opinion, as long as he broke through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this god-forsaken place. Aurora City was only a small city in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Back then, if he had not offended a powerful person, he would not have been sent here. As long as he broke through to become a grade 7 alchemist, that person would not be able to do anything to him. Although a grade 7 alchemist and a grade 8 alchemist were only 1 grade apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the large Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 grade 8 alchemists registered in the Alchemist Guild. As for grade 7 alchemists, there were only a few dozen of them. A grade 7 alchemist had a noble status. Even the royal family of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. Old man, don't worry, you won't lose out. Duan Lingtian's mouth was full of smiles as he handed over the crystal card. Soon the crystal card in Sumo's hand flashed, showing the balance. 10,000 points. Seeing this number, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. One must know that 100,000 taels of silver was only worth 100 points. If these 10,000 points were to be converted into silver, it would be 10 million taels of silver. 10 million taels of silver. What kind of concept was that? Soon, 5,000 points were added to Duan Lingtian's crystal card, for a total of 5,060 points. Old man, I originally only planned to take a third of your wealth. But who asked you to cheat me of 10 points for lending me a cauldron? Then I can only be impolite. Duan Lingtian took the crystal card with satisfaction and smiled. Su Mo's mouth twitched. Then, wouldn't he have given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? His intestines were green with regret. Pucci. Li Fei smiled like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said, "Don't regret it." It turned out that he had planned this from the very beginning. From tomorrow onwards, come to the Li clan to look for me at noon. Oh, right, remember to eat before coming back. I don't provide meals over there. Duan Lingtian took Li Fei's hand, walked around Su Mo and headed out. Su Mo narrowed his eyes as he watched the Duan Lingtian duo leave. When did such a figure appear in the Li clan? On the way back. You're too ruthless. You took half of his points. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. However, seeing Su Mo suffer, her heart was also filled with pleasure. Who told him to cheat me first? A lousy cauldron, casually using it, and he took 10 points from me. That's a whole 10,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian said with a pained expression. He took 10,000 taels and lost 5 million taels. I don't know if he can sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duan Lingtian was stunned. What are you looking at? Li Fei was angry. Little Fei, my wife, you're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian said eagerly, Bah, who's your wife? Go find your cur. You're so jealous. You still won't admit that you're my wife? I'm not. Then I can only go and pursue Shaolan. You dare! Amidst the laughter, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei returned to the Li family mansion and returned to Li Fei's home. You finished your findings so quickly? When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian passed over, he was stunned. It's only a grade 9 medicinal pill. It didn't take much time. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Where did you get the cauldron? Don't tell me that you refined a cauldron yourself in this short amount of time. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. I didn't. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's alchemist guild's guildmaster, Su Mo. But that Su Mo is really stingy. I only used his cauldron for an hour, and he actually asked Duan Lingtian for 10,000 taels of silver. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she spoke with a face full of dissatisfaction. It's fine. It's only 10,000 taels of silver. Grandfather can still afford it. As the old man spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lingtian kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll give them all to you. Grandfather, this is a gift from me to you. I don't dare accept your money. When the old man spoke these words, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Fei was glaring at him with an attitude that said, If you dare accept my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Fine. In any case, this old fellow's money will be Fei's in the future. The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he'd already taken Duan Lingtian to be his future son-in-law. Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll surely live a long life. As for this fellow, he doesn't lack money at all. He just cheated Su Mo of 5 million taels of silver. Li Fei frowned and sold out Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. 5 million taels? The old man was stunned. Although he was a grade 9 weapon craftsman, the sum of his savings for most of his life didn't even add up to 5 million taels. What's going on? The old man was curious as well. Li Fei explained the whole sequence of events in detail. In this case, President Su lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot this time. The old man couldn't help but laugh. Very quickly, the old man restrained his laughter and looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Lingtian kid, you can be considered lucky this time. This President Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you mustn't use similar methods to tease other experts. Otherwise, once he achieves his goal and kills you, your gains won't make up for your losses. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded with an expression of being taught a lesson. However, in his heart, he was thinking of something else. He'd long since thought of what the old man said and had a way to deal with it that could ensure his safety. In a spacious courtyard, an incomparably swift figure flashed, and at the same time his right hand pointed out and a piercing whistle exploded out. Dark Netherfinger. The person who attacked was precisely Li Qing. Presently, his right index finger had already been completely reattached and healed, and he was testing the degree of recovery. Clang! The dark nether finger flashed out and pointed at a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of contact as the center, numerous cracks split open on the stone pillar, and it exploded with a bang. Ah! Li Qing let out a shrill cry as he clenched his right index finger and cold sweat flowed. Qing, what's wrong? A tall and aged old man among the spectators walked over with large strides, and the space between his brows emitted a trace of worry. It was precisely Li Qing's grandfather, the grand elder of the Li clan, Li Tai. Grandfather, my dark nether finger is crippled. Li Qing's face went pale as he was unable to accept this fact. For the sake of cultivating the dark nether finger, only he knew how much effort he'd spent. While the might of a finger technique martial skill was formidable, it was also 10 times harder to cultivate than an ordinary martial skill. If he used the effort he spent on the dark nether finger on other high, grade, profound, rank offensive martial skills, he would have long since cultivated it to the perfection stage. Qing, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll eventually be able to restore the dark nether finger to its former might. Li Tai consoled. In this way, I'll have to start cultivating the dark nether finger all over again. Moreover, I'm not left-handed after all, and wanting to cultivate the dark nether finger to the mastery stage will be many times harder than before. Li Qing's expression was unsightly as he spoke, unwillingly. It's all because of that Duan Lingtian. It's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, my index finger wouldn't have been broken. Grandfather, I want him dead. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Li Qing suddenly went crazy, and his face was savage as he roared. Li Tai took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed within his muddy eyes. Duan Lingtian. Qing, don't worry. Grandfather will seek justice for you. He's only a branch family disciple. If you want him dead, then he won't be able to live. Li Tai's voice revealed a trace of coldness. Thank you, Grandfather. Thank you, Grandfather. Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Qing's mood finally calmed down. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian told the old man the things to take note of when consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and returned home. He just happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard. Young Master Ling Tian. The person smiled at Duan Lingtian before leaving. Duan Lingtian recognized this person. This person was precisely the person who gave the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Shao clan. He guessed the purpose of this person's visit. The Shao clan's actions are really fast. Duan Lingtian walked into his house and saw his mother, Li Ro, counting a pile of things. It was the reward for the first place of the hidden dragon list. Tian, first place of the hidden dragon list? Li Ro saw Duan Lingtian return and had a spurious smile. Mom, aren't you happy? Duan Lingtian smiled. Happy, of course I'm happy. My Tian, you're really extraordinary. Li Ro lightly smiled as she nodded. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her husband who had been missing for many years. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Tao. Little Black, where are you going? Suddenly, Kerr's voice sounded from the room. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist. It was the little black snake that had been in a deep slumber for over a month after swallowing half of the snow python's inner core. Hiss, hiss! The little black snake flicked its forked tongue at Duan Lingtian, seeming to be very happy. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little black snake had changed. The golden markings on its body had become even deeper. Its eyes had transformed into a pair of golden eyes, and they were incomparably sharp. Moreover, the little black snake's speed earlier had obviously far surpassed its mother, the black python. Little black, looks like you've transformed. Duan Lingtian rubbed the little black snake's head and lightly smiled. Young master. At this moment, Kerr came out as well. The little white snake coiled around her hand was slightly excited when it saw Duan Lingtian. The little white snake was the same as the little black snake. Both of them had undergone a great change. The silver markings on its body had also become deeper. Chapter 80. Duan Lingtian noticed the changes in the two mutated little pythons. They were the children of the snow python and had swallowed the snow python's beast core. Their current strength would surely be extremely terrifying. After probing for a while, Duan Lingtian noticed, even if he exploded out with the strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing the spirit serpent movement technique, his speed would still be far inferior to these 2 little pythons. What a fellow! Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. However, although your speed is fast, I wonder how your strength is. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 little pythons to the side of the courtyard. There was an entire row of stone pillars there for daily cultivation. Collapsing fist, Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and punched out. A strong wind swept out and broke a stone pillar. Hiss, hiss! The eyes of the 2 little pythons shone as they transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning that flashed towards another stone pillar. Duan Lingtian noticed. In the air, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. In other words, the strength of a single little python was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to exert such a formidable strength after cultivating to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Clang! Clang! The 2 bolts of lightning directly penetrated the stone pillars and left behind 2 small holes. This, Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. The 2 small holes penetrated by the little pythons were extremely smooth and didn't leave behind the slightest crack on the stone pillars. It could be imagined how condensed the little pythons' penetrating attacks were. Completely condensed into a single point. It could be said to be perfect. You 2 are the real little monsters. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the heads of the 2 little pythons. The 2 lumps of flesh had already begun to bloom. On the lumps of flesh on the little black snake's head, traces of a golden horn had already appeared. On the little white snake's head, traces of a silver horn had appeared. Their individual strengths are comparable to a 7th level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th level core formation martial artist might not be a match for them. After all, their small size and speed occupy a huge advantage. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, these 2 mutated pythons were not his enemies. If there was such an enemy, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. Kerr, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Little White, I didn't know you were so powerful. Kerr smiled as she stroked the little white snake's head. The little white snake seemed to have noticed that Kerr was praising it. It raised its little head proudly and stuck out its tongue playfully that night. Duan Lingtian had passed on to his mother, Li Ro, a top-notch cultivation technique. The name of this technique was Xian Pin, Divine Skill. This was one of the top techniques collected by Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his first life. It was the cultivation technique of Xian Ke Emperor Wu, and it could be cultivated all the way to Emperor Wu's level. This cultivation technique, after Li Ro mastered the Xian Beauty Divine Skill, She also realized how terrifying this cultivation technique was. She felt a little numb. Her son had too many secrets. Ker's Han Bing's sword technique was not inferior to the Xian Pin divine skill. Mother, you have to comprehend it properly. I'll go buy the ingredients tomorrow and refine the spirit accumulation pill for you. At that time, the spirit accumulation pill will absorb all of your yuan qi. After you switch to the Xian Pin divine skill, the yuan qi in the spirit accumulation pill will be released. Within half a month, you will be able to recover to your peak state, or even stronger than your peak state. Duan Lingtian smiled. Okay. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian dotingly and nodded repeatedly. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion with Ker and went to the market. Duan Lingtian first found the shopkeeper of the medicine shop to collect the bill, and then gave him 2 jars of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The ingredients for the spirit accumulation pill were relatively ordinary. Very quickly, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop finished preparing the ingredients for Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper, how much are these ingredients? Duan Lingtian asked. Customer, these ingredients only add up to a few hundred taels of silver. There's no need to pay. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. Ever since Duan Lingtian started selling the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid here, his medicine shop could be considered to be making a lot of money every day. Who knew how many medicine shops were envious and jealous? Then I won't be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and looked deeply at the shopkeeper before leaving with Ker. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that the shopkeeper would encounter some trouble when the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was selling like hotcakes. After all, there were definitely many people who were jealous. But until now, nothing had happened to the shopkeeper. It could be imagined that he was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. However, all this had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. After he and Ker returned home, they went into their room and prepared to refine the spirit accumulation pill. Whoosh! With a thought, he took out a cauldron from his storage ring. The cauldron looked very exquisite. 9 lifelike, 5-clawed, divine dragons were engraved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave to him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away someone's beloved, but the old man was very insistent. In the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to accept it. Looks like grandfather's teacher wasn't simple. This cauldron already has a trace of the aura of a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and he was slightly surprised. The material of this cauldron. F*CK. It can't be Millennium Meteoric Iron? Soon, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and he cursed in surprise. The Millennium Meteoric Iron was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. Its limit was that it could withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, Millennium Meteoric Iron was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of Millennium Meteoric Iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as the foundation, even if I become a grade 6 alchemist in the future, I won't need to exchange for another cauldron. I can directly refine it into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. After fusing with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the current him wasn't just an experienced alchemist, he was also an experienced weapons craftsman. Soon, Duan Lingtian started refining the medicinal pill. Compared to the phosphorescence pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was slightly simpler. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian finished refining the spirit containment pill. He refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother. As for the other one, he planned to leave it for Li Fei. After delivering the spirit containment pill to his mother, Li Ro, and telling her how to consume it and what she needed to pay attention to, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He started cultivating 9 dragons war sovereign technique, raging python form. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already developed origin energy and became a first-level core formation martial artist. If he cultivated an ordinary cultivation method, then what he would do next would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage. However, because of the uniqueness of the Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, what he needed to do now was to use his origin energy to temper his body and increase the limits of his fleshly body to transform the strength of his fleshly body from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering was completed, his strength would be 1 ancient mammoth's worth more than what it was now. At that time, even though he would still be a first-level core formation martial artist, he would still be a first-level core formation martial artist with the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, stronger than a third-level core formation martial artist, but weaker than a fourth-level core formation martial artist. An ordinary third-level core formation martial artist possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. For example, the Fresh Breeze Town branch family's 7th elder, Li Kuan. A 4th-level core formation martial artist possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. For example, his mother, Li Ro. Using origin energy to temper my fleshly body is truly exciting. After tempering his body with origin energy for a short moment, according to the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtian's body shook and he directly stopped, revealing a bitter smile. Tempering his body with origin energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of his entire body being limp, numb, and itchy caused him to feel especially ecstatic. If he really had to make an analogy, it was equivalent to having thousands upon thousands of ants scurrying about in his body. This feeling was even more unbearable than direct pain. "I'll risk it all." Gritting his teeth, Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm. His fleshly body became even more condensed after being tempered by origin energy. His vital energy, blood, and fleshly body that had originally reached a critical point were ceaselessly strengthening and transforming at an extremely fast speed. Only with effort would there be returns. Duan Lingtian deeply understood this principle. After cultivating all the way until noon, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat, and his clothes were completely drenched and sticky, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. After taking a bath and changing into a set of dry clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room. At noon, when Duan Lingtian's family was eating, they received an unexpected guest. "President Su, Duan Lingtian lives here." A respectful voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. "Tian, someone's looking for you." Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian. "It's nothing, let him wait. We'll eat first." Duan Lingtian's expression was natural as he picked up food and ate smoothly like flowing water. "Duan Lingtian, I'm the manager of the inner court, Li Chang. President Su wants to see you." Outside the courtyard, a shout sounded out into the courtyard. "Let him in himself." Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chang was stunned. This Duan Lingtian is really lawless. Who's this old man that's standing by his side? This was an existence that even their Li clan's patriarch had to respectfully greet. The Aurora City's Alchemist Association's president, Su Mo. President Su, Duan Lingtian is young and doesn't know any better. What do you think?" Li Chang broke out in cold sweat and looked at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would get angry because of this. But in the next moment he was dumbstruck. "You leave first, I'll go in myself." Su Mo nodded to Li Chang, then flicked his finger and shot out a medicinal pill. After Li Chang caught the medicinal pill, he noticed that Su Mo wasn't angry or annoyed as he slowly walked into Duan Lingtian's courtyard. "Origin increasing pill." Li Chang's eyes lit up when he saw the medicinal pill in his hand. This primary increasing pill was worth 5,000 taels of silver. As expected of the Alchemist Association's president, he's really generous. I only showed him the way, and he bestowed me with an origin increasing pill. Li Chang took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Although he was the manager of the Li clan's inner court, his monthly salary was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he couldn't bear to buy an origin-increasing pill to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, the voice that came from the courtyard behind him caused his expression to freeze, and he was almost scared to the ground. Chapter 81. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Even if I wanted to invite President Su to a meal, President Su might not even give me face. But he directly told President Su not to freeload. Li Chan's expression was strange as he pricked up his ears to listen. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was going to be out of luck. Who knew? Little fellow, don't worry. I've already eaten. Take your time, I'll wait for you. Su Mo's calm words made Li Chang feel as if he was struck by lightning. How was this possible? In an instant, a myriad of questions arose in his heart. Wasn't this Duan Lingtian just a branch family disciple? Why was even the president of Aurora City's Alchemist Association, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out, but he'd already made up his mind. No matter when, he absolutely couldn't offend this Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, he started to guide Su Mo. An entire afternoon passed, and the astonished expression on Su Mo's face never stopped. He discovered that this 16-year-old youth knew even more than him, and his understanding of grade 7 alchemists had reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Mo was only a youth, he probably would have directly taken him as his master. Even though it was only an afternoon, Su Mo had benefited greatly. He believed that as long as he came for a few more days, the bottleneck that had perplexed him for a long time would surely be broken, and it would be sufficient for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Little fellow, what grade is your teacher? Before leaving, Su Mo asked Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. As far as he was concerned, the reason why Duan Lingtian was so knowledgeable was surely because he had a master teacher behind him. Moreover, this master teacher was far from what a grade 7 alchemist could compare to know. Even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even grade 4 alchemist might not be able to teach such a disciple. A crazy guess arose in his heart, but he still wanted to confirm it. I also don't know what grade my teacher is, but I was fortunate enough to see him refine medicinal pills. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet-colored flame. Oh, right, around the violet-colored flame, there was also a trace of silver border. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he spoke with an air of seriousness. Purple-silver elixir fire? Su Mo's pupils shrank. He had once flipped through an ancient book in the county city's alchemist guild, and there were records of the various grades of alchemists in Cloud Continent. A grade 3 alchemist's alchemy fire was purple in color, surrounded by copper edges. The purple-copper elixir fire! The purple alchemy fire was surrounded by a silver border. That was the purple-silver alchemy fire. This was the alchemy fire of a second-rank alchemist. Second grade alchemy fire. In that instant, Su Mo felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Grade 2 alchemist. Little guy, are you sure your teacher's alchemy fire is purple? There's a silver border around it. Su Mo's chest heaved like a bellows. Even when he had condensed alchemy fire and become an alchemist at a young age, he had not been as excited as he was now. Of course. All right. Teacher told me that he came from some foreign lands and came out to relax by chance. It just so happened that he noticed my natural talent, so he took me in as his disciple. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said, Outer realm? Su Mo's pupils shrank. As expected, he had guessed earlier, and now that Duan Lingtian said it out loud, he confirmed it. He believed that not to mention Duan Lingtian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing about the foreign lands. The reason he knew was because he had read some ancient books in the Alchemist Guild. Since Duan Lingtian was able to say it out loud, it proved that he was not lying. At this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth standing before him seemed to have become incomparably tall. The disciple of a grade 2 alchemist! He believed it. If this matter were to spread out, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would probably put in great effort to build a good relationship with the youth before him. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist took a fancy to would surely have extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Little guy, where's your teacher? I wonder if I'll have the fortune to meet him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Suemo asked in a slightly perturbed manner. Teacher left for the time being and told me to properly train myself. He comes back to visit me every once in a while. If you want to see him, I'll let him see you the next time he comes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thank you, little brother. Sumo's face was full of excitement, and even the way he addressed Duan Lingtian had changed. It's a small matter. Teacher loves me the most. He said that I'm the most talented disciple he's ever taken in his life. He also said that those senior brothers and sisters he took in from the foreign lands can't even compare to a single finger of mine. Sai, you don't know, but at that time he made me blush. Duan Lingtian continued. Sumo's expression froze, but he deeply believed it. What a joke! In terms of talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, was probably an extremely rare existence. Suemo did not notice. At this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth were slightly twitching. It was as if he was suppressing a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? I guarantee that once you join, you'll definitely receive the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom won't dare to breathe loudly in front of you. Suemo said to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of temptation. That seems not bad. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Sumo's eyes lit up. There was hope. However, teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his name to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path. Only then will I be qualified to become a true powerhouse. Duan Lingtian sighed. I've already disobeyed teacher's orders by telling you so much. Old man, you mustn't tell a third person what I just said to you. Otherwise, when my teacher comes next time, I'll say that you forced me to tell you all this. As he said this, a sly smile flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Whoosh! Sumo's face turned completely green. Little brother, don't. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Since your teacher said so, you must respect him and don't do anything to harm me. Suemo was a little flustered. Suemo knew very well what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Apart from having superb alchemy skills, he was also an extremely frightening martial artist. Such a powerhouse had the means to reach the heavens. At this moment, he still had some lingering fear, because before today, a fleeting thought had appeared in his mind after Duan Lingtian helped him become a grade 7 alchemist. He would deal with Duan Lingtian and take back his alchemist guild points. Now it seemed that, fortunately, his rationality and conscience had prevailed over this crazy thought. Otherwise, once something happened to Duan Lingtian, no matter how cleanly he dealt with it, with the means of a grade 2 alchemist, he could easily find out everything. At that time, his fate could be imagined. Little brother, don't worry. What you said to me today, I won't tell a second person. Also, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Sumo's expression turned serious as he vowed solemnly. Old man, you're too polite. However, since you're so enthusiastic, I won't hold back. I really do need some materials, recently. These materials aren't available in Aurora City, but I wonder if you can help me get them. Duan Lingtian wrote a piece of paper and handed it to Suemo. Suemo lowered his head to look. There were a total of 5 materials. He had heard of 2 of them and knew that they were very rare alchemy materials with extraordinary value. However, he had no impression of the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials for you as quickly as possible. Once I've gathered them, I'll send them to you immediately. Su Emo solemnly promised Duan Lingtian. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. After Su Emo left, Duan Lingtian finally broke into a grin. Everything he fabricated earlier was a method he used to protect himself. As for the foreign lands and the alchemy fire of a grade 2 alchemist, he knew all of this from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he used it to scare people, no one would suspect him. After all, these things, not to mention him, a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan, even the grand elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City wouldn't know. Su Emo knew because he was a member of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild's headquarters was in the foreign lands. I hope the old man can gather those 5 materials for me as soon as possible. That way I can start inscribing. Although the Blood Crescent inscription isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription, inscribed on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's Hizu Dao, it's not much inferior. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. Inscription masters were different from alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The latter required a certain level of cultivation and relied on origin energy to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire to refine medicinal pills and spirit weapons. The former, however, only required spiritual force. So long as an inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain materials, no matter how terrifying an inscription was, one could inscribe it. In the eyes of an inscription master, origin energy was only a tool to inscribe and activate the inscription. Spiritual force originated from the soul. Perhaps it was because he'd transmigrated to this world, or perhaps it was because he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's soul was shockingly strong. Through the inference of Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that his current spiritual force was sufficient to compare to an ordinary origin core martial artist. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only an expert like Emperor Wu was able to use spiritual force to fight his enemies. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, it was sufficient to easily annihilate martial artists below the origin core stage. And it was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he was given sufficient materials, he would be able to inscribe inscriptions that only ordinary origin core stage inscriptionists could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription, he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the greatest might that he was currently able to inscribe. After breaking through to the core formation stage, it's different. Since I've developed origin energy and used origin energy to inscribe, so long as my spiritual force satisfies the requirements, I can easily inscribe it. Chapter 82. In the spacious courtyard, the old man stood at the side with a gloomy expression. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A youth in fluttering white clothes walked out of the room. "That Duan Lingtian seems to be related to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Emo," the old man frowned as he slowly spoke. "How is that possible? He's only a branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname. How could he be related to the Alchemist Guild?" Li Qing kept shaking his head. He wasn't willing to believe it. These past few days, Su Emo has been looking for Duan Lingtian at noon every day. I wonder why. Li Tai was slightly fearful. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Su Emo he was nothing. Not to mention that Sumo's strength was stronger than his. Just based on Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist, if Su Emo wanted to deal with him, he didn't even need to make a move himself. He only needed to say a word, and a group of people would rush forward to kill him, just to sell a favor to Su Emo. This was the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. "Grandfather, could it be that the enmity of my finger is just going to be forgotten? I'm not willing." Li Qing's expression was gloomy, and his breathing became hurried. Qing, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely avenge you. Now, since Su Mo is related to Duan Lingtian, I'll stay out of it and let others deal with him. A cold smile appeared on Li Tai's face. Grandfather, what do you mean? Li Qing was puzzled. Money makes the world go round. Li Tai's brows raised. Grandfather, what you mean is look for Ghastly Shadow. Li Qing's eyes lit up. Ghastly Shadow, the top assassin organization of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, rose up 20 years ago and swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom like a hurricane. As long as it was a mission accepted by Ghastly Shadow, the success rate was 100%. Of course, this was also closely related to Ghastly Shadow's rules. If you want to issue a mission, you have to first pay a deposit and say the target. 3 days later, you have to confirm. See if Ghastly Shadow is willing to accept this mission. If not, you have to return the deposit. If you are willing, you have to pay the rest of the mission fee. Phantom only accepted missions that he was confident in. In Li Qing's opinion, how powerful were the assassins of the Ghost Shadow organization? Wouldn't it be easy to kill Duan Lingtian? Late at night, a tall figure flew out of the Li family mansion. Soon, this person arrived in front of an old building in a remote area of Aurora City and walked in. The hall was spacious and the lights were dim. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face stood there. Noticing the commotion, he raised his head and looked at the newcomer with a cold gaze. I will issue a mission. Li family, Duan Lingtian. This is the deposit. The person was very straightforward. He took out a stack of banknotes and slapped it on the counter. Then he turned around and left. Li clan, Duan Lingtian. The young man buried himself in the registration. Early morning, as the dawn illuminated the earth, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that 2 young girls were happily chatting in the courtyard. Little Fei, you came over so early. Did you miss me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he greedily sized up the young girl's hot and devilish figure. I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find little sister Kerr. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily. Duan Lingtian didn't mind. He ate his breakfast while eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 girls. In the end, he found that the 2 girls were talking about interesting things from their childhood. After finishing breakfast, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion alone. Su Mo had brought him good news yesterday. Of the 5 rare materials needed for the Blood Crescent inscription, the remaining 2 would arrive in Aurora City in 2 days. Therefore, he started to prepare the other materials. A total of 11 materials were needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. The other 6 materials were relatively common. Arriving at the huge trade market of Aurora City, Duan Lingtian walked into the medicine store that sold the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Among the 6 materials, 3 of them were relatively common. Shopkeeper. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian greeted the shopkeeper. Soon, under Duan Lingtian's puzzled gaze, the shopkeeper welcomed him into a small room in the medicine store. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Someone wants your life. The shopkeeper's gaze constricted as he spoke bluntly. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the misconception that the shopkeeper's temperament had changed. If it was said that the shopkeeper in the past was only a pure and scrupulous merchant, the current shopkeeper faintly revealed a profound and unfathomable aura. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This medicine store's shopkeeper wasn't simple. The Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, issued a mission at Ghastly Shadow last night, and the target is you. The shopkeeper spoke bluntly. Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian's gaze constricted. He had heard of this famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're a member of Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. Exactly. During the day, I'm the shopkeeper of this medicine store, and at night I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The shopkeeper slowly nodded. Shopkeeper, what you're doing seems to be against the rules for Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly moved. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I don't want my business partner to be killed because of some people and ruin my road to riches for nothing. The shopkeeper was very straightforward. As far as he was concerned, the money Li Tai used to hire assassins wasn't even enough to cover a fraction of the benefits Duan Lingtian's 6 treasures body-tempering liquid would bring him. He naturally knew what was more important, and what was more important. Then what you mean now is to refuse his mission? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. The shopkeeper nodded. If I issue a mission to you now that targets this Li Tai, would your Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money and not people. However, the price of the Li clan's Grand Elder is extremely expensive. The shopkeeper said. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive. Of course, Li Tai is the Li clan's Grand Elder after all, an existence at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. If you really want to issue this mission, then seeing that we're business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? 20% discount is still 800,000 silver. You Ghastly Shadow are too greedy. You can owe me, but I won't charge you interest and deduct it from the profits of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Forget it. I can't bear to part with 800,000 silver. I'll do it myself. You? What? You doubt me? A little. How about this? I don't need your Ghastly Shadow to kill him. Just do me a small favor. After obtaining the shopkeeper's agreement and buying the required medicinal materials, Duan Lingtian left the medicine store in satisfaction. 800,000 silver, killing Li Tai. To Duan Lingtian, it wasn't worth it. However, Li Tai actually issued a mission to kill him in Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After buying the remaining materials, Duan Lingtian returned home. Su and Mo didn't come this afternoon. Duan Lingtian had taught him everything he could. The rest could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later, late at night, Ghastly Shadow's stronghold in Aurora City. How's the confirmation of the mission I issued 3 days ago? Killing a first-level core formation martial artist like him. 100,000 silver should be enough, right? Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter and asked, 100,000 silver? Customer, are you joking? A cold light flashed within the eyes of the pale-faced young man, causing others to tremble with fear. What? Li Tai's heart jerked as he had a bad premonition. According to the information Ghastly Shadow obtained, this Duan Lingtian is the young genius ranked number 1 on the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list. Just this point alone, we'll have to charge you at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said, 300,000 silver? Sure. Li Tai clenched his teeth. Although it was slightly painful, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished speaking. The young man frowned. What else do you want to say? Li Tai was puzzled. Besides that, we also found out that this Duan Lingtian is extremely close to the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Su Mo. Su Mo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, so killing someone who has a close relationship with him is extremely risky for us. So, in summary, our Ghastly Shadow wants 1 million silver for this Duan Lingtian. The young man continued, 1 million silver. Li Tai was dumbstruck. Although when the young man mentioned Su Mo, he already guessed that this mission couldn't be completed. He never imagined that the Ghastly Shadow would set the price of Duan Lingtian at 1 million silver. Not to mention that he didn't have so much silver on him. Even if he did, he wouldn't be willing to part with it. It was only a kid at the first level of the core formation stage. Even if his strength was slightly strange, it was only comparable to a kid at the third level of the core formation stage. To him, killing a kid like this was as easy as cutting grass. "Customer, may I ask if you still want to issue this mission?" The young man looked at Li Tai and asked, "No, return the deposit to me." Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke! 1,000,000 silver. With so much money, he could issue a mission to kill an Origin Core martial artist in ghastly shadow. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the inner room. "Manager." The young man hurriedly bowed to the person who came. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the manager of the medicine store. "I'm curious how he killed Li Tai." The middle-aged man's heart jerked, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Li family estate. Grandfather, how was it?" When Li Qing saw Li Tai return, he hurriedly asked. He knew what Li Tai went out to do, so he had been waiting at home for the results. "I cancelled the mission." Li Tai shook his head. Li Qing was stupefied. "Grandfather, why?" That ghastly shadow actually offered a price of 1,000,000 silver. Li Tai's face sank. "What? It's only a kid at the core formation stage. 1,000,000 silver, are they robbing money?" Li Qing had a face full of disbelief. They found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Su Mo, so they were afraid and offered such a high price. "Qing, don't worry, even if Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept this mission, Grandfather won't let that Duan Lingtian live." Li Tai guaranteed to Li Qing. "Thank you, Grandfather," Li Qing said excitedly. Chapter 83. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. In front of him there was a cauldron and a pile of materials. Besides that, there were also 2 violet, flexible swords that were as thin as cicadas' wings. They were precisely the violet meteorite flexible swords. First, refined 3 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and with a raise of his hand, the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords appeared in his hands. Whoosh! The weapon flame burned, and not long after, the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords transformed into a ball of liquid, the liquefied form of violet meteorite. Immediately after, the other metal materials were also melted by the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hands. After the impurities were extracted, they transformed into pools of liquid that jumped and boiled in the air. Under Duan Lingtian's control, the liquid formed from the violet meteorite merged with the liquid formed from the other few metals. Along with Duan Lingtian's mysterious movements, the liquid that had fused together finally divided into 3 balls. Finally, they transformed into 3 dark violet flexible swords. The 3 flexible swords were similar in size to the violet meteorite flexible swords from before, and were similarly as thin as cicadas' wings. Done! Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, and the 3 flexible swords fell into his hands. Holding one of the flexible swords, his origin energy flashed, and the strength of 4 ancient mammoths poured into it. Wham! The sword hummed. Not bad. It's stronger than an ordinary grade 9 spirit weapon. The amplification is more than 10%, and the strength has increased by around 2,500 pounds, comparable to the strength of half an ancient mammoth. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. A spirit weapon refined by a grade 9 weapon craftsman would usually only increase the strength by close to 10%. A grade 9 spirit weapon that was able to increase strength by 10% was already considered a fine product. The grade 9 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian refined for the first time obviously surpassed a fine product. In the future, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at the dark violet flexible sword in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian used all the remaining materials. He started to inscribe inscriptions on the 3 violet, myrtle flexible swords. Now, the 5 materials that Duan Lingtian had asked Suamo to help him collect were all here, together with the materials that Duan Lingtian had bought from the market. It was enough to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. Duan Lingtian only spent 2 hours to refine 3 ninth-grade spirit swords. It took him half a day to inscribe the 3 blood ruin inscriptions. He didn't even have time to eat lunch. Done! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the blood-red glow on the sword. The 3 crepe myrtle soft swords were all inscribed with the blood crescent inscription. At this time he only felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, and he was drowsy. After asking Kerr to heat up the meal, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep before the sky turned dark. He slept until the next morning. After waking up, he still felt a little dizzy. Inscribing inscriptions really consumes a lot of mental energy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. However, when he saw his work yesterday, he felt that it was all worth it. Duan Lingtian kept one of the 3 crepe myrtle soft swords. As for the other 2, Duan Lingtian gave one each to Kerr and his mother, Li Ro. Young master, I feel that cultivating sword skills with the crepe myrtle soft swords seems to be much stronger. Is it my imagination? The young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Whoosh! The nearby Li Ro brandished her sword as well. Spirit weapon. Li Ro was more knowledgeable than the young girl and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She looked at the nearby youth with a stupefied expression. Tian, this is... Mom, besides being a grade 9 alchemist, I'm also a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Also, I've inscribed the blood crescent inscription on both your and Kerr's crepe myrtle soft swords. You only have to control your origin energy and slightly fuse it into the sword to activate it. If this blood crescent inscription can be used unexpectedly, even if it's an origin core stage martial artist, once struck by it, it would still be a narrow escape. Blood crescent inscription? Able to annihilate an origin core stage martial artist? The young and old beauties were stunned and couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Young master, you're really formidable. The young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, causing Duan Lingtian to feel slightly complacent. Li Ro's gaze became slightly absent-minded and her heart trembled. Brother Feng, did you see? Our son is very capable. Even if he doesn't have the Duan clan to rely on, he isn't inferior to his peers in the Duan clan. In front of Li Ro's eyes, that tall and sturdy figure seemed to appear again. That figure was once her sky. Right, Tian Kerr? Shir's family moved away a few days ago. What happened? I haven't seen you two interact with Shir recently. Did you two get into a fight? Li Ro suddenly asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an innocent expression. That day, after he admitted defeat to Li Qing during the clan's martial meet, Li Shir had started to intentionally distance herself from him. Later on, he'd coincidentally met Li Shir a few times, but the gaze Li Shir looked at him with had become extremely unfamiliar and even had a trace of disdain mixed within. He never expected that Li Shir would actually move away from his house. I don't know either. Kerr lightly shook her head as well. Inner court, in a large courtyard extremely far away from Duan Lingtian's house. Whoosh! The sword in the young girl's hand moved along with her body. She was dripping with sweat, and the bitter corners of her mouth faintly had a trace of self-ridicule mixed within. It was precisely Li Shir. During this period of time, Li Shir's mood was extremely depressed. Ever since she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's formidable strength, she'd started to have an infatuated feeling towards Duan Lingtian. However, when Duan Lingtian admitted defeat during the clan's martial meet and gave the first place to Li Qing, the lofty image of Duan Lingtian in her heart had completely collapsed. Because of this, she'd started to reject Duan Lingtian and intentionally distanced herself from him. However, at this moment, A shocking news caused her to feel as if she'd fallen into an ice cave. During this year's Genius Gathering, Duan Lingtian had chopped off Li Qing's finger and successively defeated the Shao clan's and Lin clan's younger generation's number one, becoming number one in the Hidden Dragon ranking. At that moment, she felt extremely ashamed in her heart. The youth she'd looked down upon had used his formidable strength to prove everything. Of course, all of this, in her eyes, seemed to be mocking her short-sightedness. Because of this, she didn't have the courage to face Duan Lingtian again, and directly went to find the inner court manager to move out. If I hadn't distanced myself from him at that time, perhaps Li Shishir felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. But unfortunately, in this world, there were no ifs, and there was no medicine for regret. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Li Fei's door. He heard a burst of hearty laughter that was full of energy. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that the old man had surely broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Congratulations, grandfather. Stepping in, Duan Lingtian spoke loudly. At this moment, the old man came out of his room, his face glowing. When he saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen his future grandson-in-law. Lingtian kid, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, even if I forcefully broke through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, this old life of mine wouldn't be able to live for long. Grandfather, you're too courteous. We're all family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Bah, who's your family? Li Fei, who heard the commotion and walked out of her room, heard Duan Lingtian's words, and her pretty face turned slightly red as she angrily said, Fei, you little girl, you were still talking about this brat Lingtian to me last night. Why don't you recognize him now? All right, grandfather is going to make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. This brat Lingtian is grandfather's guest and also my benefactor. You can't neglect him. The old man said goodbye to Li Fei and left. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Being betrayed by the old man, Li Fei was a little embarrassed and angry. Little Fei, what are you talking about? Also, you have to listen to grandfather's words. Don't neglect me. Duan Lingtian stepped out and unceremoniously walked into Li Fei's room. You actually entered my room. Li Fei's autumn eyes stared and angrily followed in. What's wrong with entering your room? I still want to sleep on your bed. Duan Lingtian chuckled and took advantage of the situation to fall directly onto Li Fei's bed. Li Fei angrily shouted and was about to stretch out her hand to pull Duan Lingtian up. But how could her strength be compared to Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian pulled her into his embrace and fell onto the bed together. Little Fei, don't make trouble. Li Fei struggled, but was unable to break free from Duan Lingtian. Her pair of autumn eyes were filled with tears. You bully me. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart softened and released Li Fei. You're a rascal, Li Fei angrily said. Didn't you already know this long ago? Duan Lingtian laughed. Humph, stinking rascal. But thank you for grandfather's matter. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's voice was no different from the sound of a mosquito. What's there to thank? You're my wife, so your grandfather is also my grandfather, Duan Lingtian said with a thick face. Right, little Fei, tell me about yourself. Where are your parents? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked. Parents? Li Fei took a deep breath. My parents met with an accident when I was still young and didn't understand anything, and they passed away. Duan Lingtian found out about Li Fei's parents from Li Fei. It turned out that many years ago, the Li clan had once met with a calamity. At that time, many people died, including Li Fei's parents. Although the Li clan had taken their revenge later on, it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected. I really miss my father. I really miss my mother. I heard grandfather say that they doted on me very much in the past. Li Fei's delicate body started trembling, and tears fell like rain. Little Fei, it's all in the past, don't be sad. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pulled Li Fei into his embrace as he consoled her. In the end, perhaps because she was tired from crying, Li Fei directly fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace. I never thought that this girl had such a past. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Fei's exquisite cheeks and sighed in his heart. At this moment, although a beauty was in his embrace, he didn't have any evil thoughts and only felt pity. Bad guy, you only know how to bully me, Suddenly, Li Fei stretched out her delicate fists and randomly smashed at Duan Lingtian as she muttered. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that Li Fei had woken up, but when he looked carefully, he realized that Li Fei was talking in her sleep. Duan Lingtian, you big scoundrel, you're not allowed to look at Xiaolon. If you do, I'll dig out your eyes. Li Fei seemed to be dreaming, and only after muttering to herself for a while did she recover her calm. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What kind of dream was this little Fei having? Approximately an hour later, Li Fei woke up. You! Only now did she realize that she had fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace, and her face instantly flushed red. Little Fei! I never thought that you have the habit of talking in your sleep. But when did I look at Xiaolon? You actually want to dig out my eyes. Too ruthless. Chapter 84. Did you hear that? Li Fei's angelic face was as red as an apple. Little Fei, I'll take good care of you in the future. Duan Lingtian's hand slowly rubbed the girl's hair as he said softly, If you dare to bully me in the future, I'll cut you. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and pretended to cut Duan Lingtian's little brother. Who did you learn that from? Duan Lingtian's face turned pale. This was not a joke. Are you scared? Li Fei smiled proudly. Why do I feel like I'm a sheep in a tiger's den? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, looking at Li Fei's beautiful cheeks and feeling the warmth of Li Fei's body. Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and his eyes became somewhat blurred, just as he was about to make a move. Fei! Did that boy Lingtian leave? The old man's voice came from outside. When the old man saw the boy and girl coming out of the room, his face was strange. Grandpa, there's nothing between us. Li Fei hurriedly explained. Yes, there's nothing between us. Grandpa, I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian was like a child that was caught stealing candy, and he hurriedly ran away. When leaving Li Fei's house, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. After this incident, the relationship between him and Li Fei was completely clear. At the same time, he couldn't help but be vigilant. After all, there were still people eyeing him covetously. Maybe it's time to solve it. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he directly left the Li family mansion and entered the inner area of the fog forest alone to hunt ferocious beasts. In the next few days, he would leave the Li family mansion at the same time. He's able to keep his composure. In the inner area of the fog forest, after killing a ferocious beast, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. However, what he did not lack the most was patience. Late at night, in the spacious courtyard, Li Qing greeted the old man who had just entered. Grandpa, that Duan Lingtian has been going to the fog forest alone for several days. You've been secretly observing him these past few days. Have you found anything? I was originally worried that Su Mo would follow him to protect him, but I noticed that when Duan Lingtian went to the Misty Forest these past few days, Su Mo had always stayed in the Alchemist Guild and didn't go at all. Since some time ago, he seems to have completely cut off all ties with Duan Lingtian. Li Tai's eyebrows twitched. Maybe they don't have anything to do with each other in the first place. We're just overthinking it. Li Qing said again. Perhaps. Li Tai nodded. The next morning. Success. Looking at the 5 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile on his face. After many days of hard work, he finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the first level of the body tempering stage, causing his fleshly body to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now he was confident. Even if he faced a martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage, he would still be able to crush them. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian once again went out alone. After entering the fog forest this time, he started to walk deeper into the inner area. With his current strength, the fierce beasts at the edge of the inner area were no longer able to give him any pressure. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian encountered a savage, fierce beast. It had sarcomas that were like thorns growing on its body and a pair of eyes that flickered with an azure light. Its appearance was similar to a wolf, but it was an entire size larger than a wolf. Ow! The fierce beast roared and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, four ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the fierce beast. In other words, this fierce beast's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage. However, fierce beasts were innately sensitive towards the control of strength. It could even be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Its strength even surpassed an ordinary martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage. Come at me. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even plan on using the violet myrtle flexible sword. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out with a speed that far surpassed the fierce beast that pounced towards him. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Collapsing fist. His body was like a strong bow that was pulled taut. Duan Lingtian's fist swung out and smashed onto the fierce beast's head, blasting it flying. Bang! The fierce beast's body was enormous, and dust filled the air when it landed. Satisfying. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Duan Lingtian quickly walked forward towards the fierce beast. A trace of fear vaguely flashed within the fierce beast's eyes that flickered with an azure light. It slowly stood up and roared at Duan Lingtian before turning around and fleeing. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He reacted. "Want to flee?" A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as his figure flashed. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than the fierce beast, and he caught up to the fierce beast in the blink of an eye. Ow! Perhaps knowing that it couldn't escape today, the fierce beast's eyes emitted an ominous glint as it desperately pounced towards Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, shattering the fierce beast's skull with a few punches. I don't know what fierce beast this is, but its fur and parts should be able to sell for some money. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This is a spiky wolf. Its fur and parts can be sold for 1,000 silver. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian, dispelling his doubts. Duan Lingtian slowly turned around. Standing before him was a tall old man. The old man's clothes also had the Li family's emblem. A member of the Li family. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he faintly guessed the identity of the person who came. Only 16 years old. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Needless to say, your natural talent, not to mention Aurora City, even in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, is sufficient to be ranked at the top. The old man's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he said with slight regret, "Unfortunately, today you will die for sure." "Grand Elder, are you so sure that I will die for sure?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "You know me." Li Tai's pupils constricted. In his impression, Duan Lingtian should have never seen him before. Among the elders of the Li family, apart from you, Li Qing's grandfather, I really can't think of a second person who wants to kill me. Duan Lingtian laughed. "You're about to die, yet you can still laugh." Li Tai's face sank. At the same time, he couldn't help but vigilantly look at the surroundings. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian dared to be so calm, it was very likely that someone was protecting him. Grand Elder, there's no need to look, no one followed me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. No one followed you. Li Tai's eyebrows raised. You're not afraid of death? Of course I am. There's no one who isn't afraid of death. Duan Lingtian said honestly. Then you can still laugh? Li Tai asked in a deep voice. Grand Elder, I'm very curious. If I don't laugh now, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Of course not. Today you will die for sure. Li Tai snorted coldly. Then isn't that right? Whether I laugh or not makes no difference. Why do I have to put on a long face? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you, Dai. Li Tai's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward, leaving behind a string of afterimages. His speed was extremely fast. Above his head, close to 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out, their imposing auras like rainbows. Boom! Li Tai slapped out with his palm. A vast amount of yuan power suddenly descended. Instantly, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in succession. A formless, strong wind swept through the surrounding forest, causing the surrounding forest to flutter. A wave of pressure enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Spirit serpent movement technique. Under Li Tai's slightly astonished gaze, Duan Lingtian directly charged towards him, as if he wanted to welcome Li Tai's palm strike head-on. Has this kid gone mad? Duan Lingtian's hand grasped onto the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword at his waist. Sword drawing arts. His sword was like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Tai's chest as it flashed out, as if transforming into a violet, venomous snake. Insignificant skill. Li Tai laughed coldly as his palm descended and slapped towards the body of the violet, myrtle, flexible sword. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's yuan power fiercely trembled as it gushed into the body of the violet, myrtle, flexible sword. Instantly, a strand of bloody light leaped up on the body of the sword. Swish! A strand of bloody light, like a crescent moon, flashed towards Li Tai's chest. At this moment, Li Tai's palm descended and slapped the violet myrtle flexible sword away from Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian's hand trembled as the webbing between his thumb and index finger split open, dripping with fresh blood. Inscription pattern. Li Tai's low cry sounded out. Clang! The blood-red crescent moon shattered Li Tai's defensive chi barrier. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Li Tai's body was going to be penetrated by the power of the blood crescent pattern. Hua! The pendant on Li Tai's neck flickered with a strand of dark blue brilliance, condensing into a dark blue crystal wall, blocking the power of the blood crescent pattern. Crack! The pendant shattered, completing its mission. Crystal wall inscription pattern. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. No matter how much he calculated, he didn't expect Li Tai to have the crystal wall inscription pattern on his body. The crystal wall inscription pattern was a defensive inscription pattern. In terms of grade, it wasn't inferior to the blood crescent pattern. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness. For the past few days, he had been entering the misty forest every day. He wanted to use himself as bait to lure Li Tai, this big fish, to take the bait. In his opinion, with the blood crescent pattern, he was confident that he could kill Li Tai. But who would have thought that Li Tai would have the crystal wall inscription pattern? It blocked his only trump card. Boom! The power of the inscription patterns clashed. Li Tai's body was affected by the shock wave. He flew for more than 10 meters before he staggered and stabilized himself. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying inscription pattern. Li Tai's expression was gloomy. Today he almost failed miserably. Just now, if he didn't activate the defensive inscription pattern in time, he would have died without a doubt. A chill rose in his heart. I also didn't expect you to have a defensive inscription pattern. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, feeling helpless. There were many types of inscriptions. There were offensive inscriptions, defensive inscriptions, and support inscriptions. The blood crescent pattern belonged to the offensive inscription pattern. Today, if I didn't have the defensive inscription pattern, I would have died without a doubt. No wonder, when you saw me, you didn't seem surprised at all. You knew I was coming and planned to kill me with the inscription pattern, right? Li Tai took a deep breath and asked word by word. At this moment, the 16-year-old youth in front of him made him feel a wave of fear. At such a young age, his thoughts were already so meticulous. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a formidable person. He couldn't help but think that if his grandson Li Qing was half as good as the youth in front of him, he wouldn't have to worry about him. Yes, at this moment, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid to admit it. His heart felt bitter. It wasn't easy for me to travel to this world and be reborn. Chapter 85. Duan Lingtian regretted it. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have saved that 800,000 silver. But now, for the sake of 800,000 silver, he was about to lose his life. Little Fei, Kerr. I haven't had the time to dote on all of you. I don't want to die yet. Duan Lingtian, looks like even the heavens want you dead. You didn't even investigate clearly before wanting to kill me with an offensive inscription. My defensive inscription, crystal wall inscription, was bestowed to me by the senior patriarch that year, who in the older generation of the Li clan doesn't know about it. Li Tai walked over in large strides, and every step seemed to be a talisman that hastened Duan Lingtian's death. Duan Lingtian picked up his sword once again and stood ramrod straight, not saying a word as he waited for Li Tai's arrival. Even if he wasn't a match for Li Tai, he would still fight. Even if he died, he would die heroically. An awe-inspiring aura stretched out from his body. It was an unyielding unyieldingness that would rather die than submit. Li Tai was moved once again. The cold light in his eyes grew deeper. If this kid doesn't die, then he'll surely be a great calamity. Bang! Li Tai's palm followed like a shadow as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out to intercept Li Tai's palm. Slap! Li Tai's palm slapped down, slapping the sword flying, and his momentum didn't decrease as it pressed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes moved with a thunderous momentum, the strength of an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist, fully exploded out, feeling the oppressive and suffocating aura. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to die again? Wham! But in the next moment, the ear-piercing sound of a saber accompanied by Li Tai's shrill cry caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. In an instant, he felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him to the side. He focused his eyes and looked. Presently, Li Tai's right hand that struck out with his palm was severed at the wrist, spraying out hot blood, and his body was thrown out over 10 meters due to inertia. Duan Lingtian looked at the person who saved him. He wore tight black clothes and wore a demonic mask. The blood trough of the crescent blade in his hand was still dripping with Li Tai's blood, grade 8 spirit artifact. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the grade of the crescent blade. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the eyes behind the black-clothed man's devil mask flashed with a trace of a smile. So it was him. Duan Lingtian was shocked. You're from Phantom? At this time, the pale-faced Li Tai, who had stopped the bleeding, looked at the black-clothed man with fear. The black-clothed man ignored Li Tai. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Now, are you going to issue a mission to kill Li Tai? If not, I'll leave. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at him and said exasperatedly, Of course! You've been hiding at the side to watch the show, haven't you? The black-clothed man laughed dryly and strode out. Above him, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared, like dark clouds covering the sun, with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Ninth level of the Origin core stage. Li Tai's face went pale. 1,000,000 silver, 1,000,000 silver. I'll pay 1,000,000 silver to buy Duan Lingtian's life. Li Tai panicked, not to mention him who had lost his most important arm. Even if he was at his prime, he might not be a match for a 9th level Origin core stage expert. In my eyes, his life is far worth more than 1,000,000 silver. The black-clothed man replied to Li Tai. Li Tai's face went pale. Flee. He didn't dare hesitate and turned around to flee, transforming into a string of afterimages as he executed his movement technique to the limit. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, like a ghost, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. Wham! A strand of white light flashed past. Li Tai's body trembled and flew out. His hands tightly clutched at his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. The dignified Li clan's grand elder ended his life just like that. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man took off his mask. It was precisely the medicine store's manager. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the black-clothed man's true appearance, because he noticed it long ago. However, the black-clothed man's cultivation still gave him fright. 9th level Origin core stage. Such a cultivation was comparable to the Li clan's patriarch Liao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to still not know your name. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he stared at the black-clothed man. During the day, I'm called Tang Oniu. At night, I'm Tanging, codenamed Blood Moon. Tanging smiled. Tang Oniu. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, it was difficult for him to connect this name with the ghost shadow assassin who killed decisively earlier. The inscription you used earlier was the Blood Crescent inscription. Suddenly, Tanging looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. You inscribed it yourself? Tanging asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. Tanging glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then sized up Duan Lingtian. I really want to capture you and dissect you to see what other secrets you have. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. There's no need for that. I want some blood crescent inscriptions. Tanging suddenly spoke. Sure, but you have to prepare the materials yourself. Besides that, I'll charge 100,000 silver for each blood crescent inscription. A trace of craftiness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You, really ruthless. The corners of Tangying's mouth twitched, but he still said, Deal. Before Tanging left, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask, You've been following behind me these past few days? Tanging rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, Do you think I'm like you having so much free time? I still have to look after the store during the day. I asked someone to monitor Li Tai, and when Li Tai left Aurora City, I followed him here. I'm also curious as to why you're so confident that you can kill Li Tai. In the end, someone failed miserably. Ha! As he finished speaking, Tanging couldn't help but laugh out loud. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, I owe you my life this time. I'll inscribe the first 10 blood crescent inscriptions for you, for free. Duan Lingtian never liked owing favors. So generous? Then I won't be stingy either. I'll waive the mission fee for killing Li Tai. Tanging looked at Duan Lingtian with a bit of surprise. His figure moved like a ghost, and with a few ups and downs, he disappeared from Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Looks like in the future, when it concerns my life, I can't be too stingy. Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this lesson in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched slightly. His expression changed. He noticed that there was a group of people in the distance that was heading this way. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai's body, so he flew up to a nearby tree and hid there, overlooking everything beneath his feet. Soon, 7 young men walked over in large strides. On the clothes of these young men hung an emblem. Wang family. Could it be that they're from Triumph City's Wang family? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. There were 3 cities around the Misty Forest: Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City. The nascent Soul Stage powerhouse, Zhu Dao, he met in the Misty Forest, was from Aqua Mist City's He family. There's a corpse here. A young man noticed Li Tai's body and cried out in surprise. Humph! Daring to enter the inner area of the Misty Forest without any strength, he deserved to die. A person walked over in disdain. No, he wasn't killed by a fierce beast. Look, his cut-off arm is clean. He was killed by a sharp weapon that slit his throat. A young woman who was more attentive said, It's true. There's an emblem on his clothes. Another young man walked up and wiped Li Tai's emblem clean. The Li family. Instantly, a few people cried out in surprise. Duan Lingtian didn't panic when these people discovered Li Tai's identity. No one would think that he had the strength to kill Li Tai. Humph! So it's a member of the Li family. He deserved to die. A young man in blue seemed to be extremely angry when he mentioned the Li family. Yeah, the members of the Li clan are too detestable. Wang Huai's younger brother, Wang Zhen, and a few outer court disciples came to the Misty Forest to hunt black pythons, and at the critical moment, it was a youth and a young girl from the Li clan who acted as the aureole behind the scenes. Not only did they obtain the benefits, they even killed the few outer court disciples of our Wang clan who survived. Fortunately, Wang Zhen was born with a deviated heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have become a wandering ghost in the Misty Forest. Even so, Wang Zhen's internal organs were still pierced, and he's still recuperating now. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Zhen's body isn't suitable for running around, the patriarch would have already personally brought him to the Li family to identify the culprits. When Wang Zhen recovers, I'll also go with him to the Li family. I want to see just what kind of person is so vicious. A group of Triumph City's Wang family disciples were discussing, spiritedly. Their casual discussion fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change slightly. Black Python, the aureole behind, weren't the Li family disciples. These people were talking about him and Kerr. I didn't think that my luck would be so good that I could even meet someone with a deviated heart. Duan Lingtian had the urge to vomit blood. As far as he knew, 1 in 10,000 people with a deviated heart was 1 in 10,000. Although he had killed countless people in his previous life, he had never met such a person. In this life, he had only killed a few people in total, but he had actually met such a person. How unlucky. What should we do with this old guy from the Li family? I think we should send him back to the Li family. This way, the Li family will owe us a favor. Who knows? Maybe the next time the patriarch brings Wang Zhen to identify the culprits, the Li family will be willing to hand over the murder for us to personally deal with. That makes sense. Seeing the group of Wang family youths take Li Tai's body away, Duan Lingtian flew down and left the fog forest. After returning to Aurora City, he didn't directly return to the Li family mansion. He went straight to the medicine shop to find Tanging. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is something the matter? Tanging was a little surprised to see Duan Lingtian arrive. I want to issue a mission. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Target? Tanging asked. Wang Zhen, a member of the Wang family in Triumph City. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. As far as he was concerned, Wang Zhen's survival was a potential threat to him. He had to be eliminated. Triumph City. Chapter 86. All right, I'll take care of this matter myself. After hearing Tang Ying's apprehensive words, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head to express his understanding. After bidding farewell to Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. Everything was as usual. However, in the afternoon, the Li family estate was in an uproar. The Li family's grand elder had died in the misty forest. Duan Lingtian originally didn't intend to join in the fun, but Li Fei had dragged him and Kerr out. The outer court martial arts practice field of the Li family estate was currently filled with people. When they saw Duan Lingtian walk over, the crowd automatically parted to form a path towards Duan Lingtian, the number one person on the hidden dragon ranking and the future pillar of the Li family. Everyone had to give him some face. Little Fei, you didn't drag me here just to have me open a path for you, right? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he asked somewhat suspiciously. I didn't. Could it be that you didn't want to join in the fun? I heard that the Wang family of Triumph City discovered the Grand Elder's corpse. Alas, now that the Grand Elder is dead, Li Qing has completely no one to rely on. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's gaze was somewhat complicated. What? You're concerned about him? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. No, I'm just a little emotional. Li Qing is the same as me. His parents also died in that calamity that year, so he and his grandfather relied on each other for survival since he was young. Li Fei shook her head. So it's like this. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he also brought Li Fei and Kerr to stand in front of the surrounding crowd. Within the martial arts practice field, a group of Li family elders stood behind Li Ao. Opposite them stood 7 young people, both male and female. These 7 people were the Wang family's disciples that Duan Lingtian had met in the fog forest this morning. In the middle of the 2 groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai was lying there. He had died a miserable death. Besides his right hand being chopped off, his throat was also slit by a sharp weapon. Li Ao and the other Li family elders didn't look too good. Dear nephews, when you found the great elder's body, did you find anything else in the surroundings? Li Ao looked at the 7 people from the Wang family and asked, Patriarch Li, we've looked around, but we didn't find anything. A Wang family disciple said, I'll have to trouble all of you. This is an important matter, and the Li family has no time to entertain all of you. Consider these origin-increasing pills as a token of my appreciation. Li Ao took out a bottle of origin-increasing pills and handed it over. The disciples of the Wang family accepted the pills and were all overjoyed. Patriarch Li, we understand. Farewell. The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. Grandfather. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside the crowd. A youth in white rushed into the crowd and knelt beside Li Tai's body. His body trembled as he cried bitterly. It was precisely Li Qing. Li Qing, my condolences. Our Li family will surely do our best to investigate this matter and seek justice for the Grand Elder. Patriarch Li Ao consoled. Investigate? There's no need to investigate. I know who the murderer is. Li Qing's eyes were crimson red as he raised his head with a savage expression. You know. Li Ao was stunned. Li Qing, if you know, you can say it. I want to know who is so audacious as to dare kill our Li family's Grand Elder. Does he really think our Li family is a bunch of sick cats? An old man behind Li Ao spoke in a low voice that contained boundless rage. Exactly. Killing the Grand Elder is tantamount to slapping our Li family's face. Li Qing, you don't have to be afraid. You can speak frankly. I also want to know who is the one who ate the bear's heart and leopard's courage. If we find this person, we must tear him into 1,000 pieces. Each and every one of the Li clan elders were enraged. The gazes of the surrounding crowd landed on Li Qing's figure. They all wanted to know who was the murderer Li Qing spoke of. Finally, Li Qing's gaze flashed past the surrounding crowd. In the end, His gaze stopped on a violet-colored figure. Patriarch, it's him, Duan Lingtian. Li Qing pointed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with a face full of rage. Seeing Li Qing point at him and even say that he was the murderer, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he calmly met Li Qing's gaze, neither servile nor overbearing. When everyone present heard Li Qing's words, their gazes followed Li Qing's finger and descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, the scene went slightly out of control. Has Li Qing gone mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Even if Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit and his fleshly body has the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, even if he broke through to the core formation stage now, his strength would only be comparable to a 3rd-level core formation martial artist. Killing an 8th-level origin core stage Grand Elder with a strength at the 3rd level of the core formation stage? To think that Li Qing could say that. He wouldn't have gone mad from the shock of the Grand Elder's death, right? Duan Lingtian? How could that be possible? This Li Qing wouldn't be trying to use his position to avenge a private grudge, right? I heard that during this year's Hidden Dragon List competition, Duan Lingtian even broke his finger because he was overbearing. Could it be because of that? Even if he wants to use his position to avenge a private grudge, he should find a reasonable excuse. Exactly, actually framing Duan Lingtian as the murderer. Who would believe that? When the discussions of the crowd entered into Li Qing's ears, it caused Li Qing's face to go ghastly pale. I'm not lying. Duan Lingtian is the murderer. He's the murderer. Li Qing roared as he abruptly stood up. His body moved, and the strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a madman. Swimming dragon steps. Dark Netherfinger. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move that directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital point. Li Qing. Patriarch Liao's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. But how could the current Li Qing pay attention to Liao? You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward. He didn't even bother to use a martial skill and casually threw out a punch. For ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. Bang! This punch's speed far surpassed Li Qing's finger and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing crashed onto the ground with a bang, his expression unsightly. He struggled to get up and intended to attack once more. Enough! Liao's tall figure blocked Li Qing's path, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Li Qing, if you can produce evidence, then speak frankly. If you want to use the death of the Grand Elder to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and avenge a private grudge, then I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, the Grand Elder is your grandfather. His corpse hasn't even turned cold yet you're busy taking revenge. How can he rest in peace in the netherworld? Patriarch. Li Qing knelt on the ground sorrowfully. I didn't avenge a private grudge. Everything I said is true. Then why don't you tell me why you say Duan Lingtian is the murderer? Liao asked in a low voice. The gazes of everyone descended onto Liao. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead, there are some things that I won't conceal anymore. Li Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, during the gathering of geniuses, Duan Lingtian broke one of my fingers and almost crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very angry because of this and had said many times that he would teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Hearing Li Qing's words, Liao's expression was unsightly. No matter what, Li Tai was still the Li clan's Grand Elder, yet he was actually so narrow-minded. The gathering of geniuses and the competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking were all approved by the 3 great clans of Aurora City, so it couldn't be any fairer. Injuries were unavoidable in a sparring match. The crowd went into an uproar. So the Grand Elder is this kind of person. I thought the Grand Elder was different from us, but I didn't expect him to be the same as us and even more selfish. Li Qing was injured by Duan Lingtian at the Gathering of Geniuses. Many people witnessed it. Li Qing was overbearing first, so Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. Thinking about it, Li Qing is his only grandson after all. Humph. To think that I respected the Grand Elder so much in the past. So he's this kind of person. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Was this Li Qing an idiot? His grandfather was already dead. Yet he still dared to ruin his grandfather's reputation. It could be imagined that if Li Tai came back from the dead, he would very likely be angered to death by Li Qing. However, at this moment, Li Qing had already lost his reason as he continued. These past few days I noticed that Duan Lingtian went to the misty forest every day, so I told grandfather. Early this morning, grandfather followed Duan Lingtian, but I never imagined that what I waited for would be grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, if the murder wasn't Duan Lingtian, then who could it be? Li Qing said hysterically, but he didn't notice that Li Ao's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. Hua! Almost at the same time Li Qing finished speaking, the crowd went into a restless uproar. Followed Duan Lingtian to the misty forest? This doesn't seem like someone purely intending to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian entered the misty forest. Even if he died, no one would suspect the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is too overbearing. Li Qing only had a finger severed, and it was reattached later on. Because of this, he actually had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. The Grand Elder is too terrifying. The expressions of all the Li clan disciples froze. Following Duan Lingtian into the misty forest, purely for the sake of teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that. Li Qing, don't speak without thinking. How could the Grand Elder be such a person? Li Ao's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Exactly. I believe that with the Grand Elder's character, he would absolutely not do such a thing. I believe it as well. Li Qing, don't be blinded by hatred. Slandering your grandfather for your own selfish desires is truly wrong. The Li clan elders all expressed their opinions. What a joke! There were so many Li clan disciples present today. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai really did such a thing, they wouldn't admit it. The Li clan's Grand Elder was no longer purely an individual, but represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Li Qing instantly became anxious and roared when he saw that no one believed him. Enough! Li Ao shouted explosively. Where's the enforcement elder? Patriarch! From the group of elders behind Li Ao, an old man in a black robe walked out. Li Qing slandered my Li clan's Grand Elder. Drag him out and give him 30 beatings as a warning to others. Li Ao ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The enforcement elder strode out and grabbed Li Qing like an eagle catching a chick. Patriarch, what I said is true, what I said is true. Chapter 87. When they saw Li Qing being so stubborn, the crowd began to denounce him again. Li Qing has really gone mad. The Patriarch obviously wants to suppress this matter, yet he's still blabbering on and on. Who should we punish if not him? If the Grand Elder knew that his grandson treated him like this after his death, I wonder how he would feel. Exactly, even if the Grand Elder really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it was for him. With such a grandson, the Grand Elder probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the afterlife. Uft! To think that I let my son worship him as an idol in the past. I was really blind. You should let your son worship Duan Lingtian as an idol. He's the #1 person in this year's Hidden Dragon ranking. Moreover, he's only 16 years old. The next 2 years' #1 in the Hidden Dragon ranking will surely be him. At the same time that they were denouncing, they didn't forget to compare Duan Lingtian and Li Qing. It was fine if they didn't compare. When they made the comparison, Li Qing was even more trampled to the point that he was covered in cuts and bruises. I didn't expect that you'd be so popular now. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian. So, it's your fortune to be able to be my wife. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Bah! Li Fei noticed that Kerr was looking at her with a smile, and she instantly blushed. Young master, then should I call big sister Fei Fei young madam in the future? Kerr smiled lightly. Kerr, you've been led astray by him. Li Fei's originally rosy cheeks seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Duan Lingtian, I'll come to your house to look for you in an hour. This was the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao's sound condensed technique, and only Duan Lingtian could hear it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Ao and lightly nodded. He was mentally prepared, even if Li Ao felt that this matter had nothing to do with him. Since Li Qing had said so, if the Li clan wanted to find the culprit, they would definitely use him as a breakthrough point and search for clues. The crowd in the outer court martial arts practice field gradually dispersed. Let's go out for a walk. I have some things I want to buy, Li Fei suggested. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically. Li Fei frowned and said with dissatisfaction, What do you want? Clan leader just informed me via voice transmission that he will come to my house to look for me in an hour. You can't be thinking of me standing him up, right? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. What? The patriarch is looking for you? He doesn't really think that you killed the great elder, does he? Li Fei froze. At the side, Kerr also had a worried look on her face. Don't worry, the patriarch probably just wants to ask if I have any clues to provide. Li Qing said that I was able to kill the great elder, but all of you didn't believe it, let alone the patriarch. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. An hour later, Patriarch Li Ao arrived as promised. Duan Lingtian received him in his own courtyard. Duan Lingtian, I know that with your strength it's absolutely impossible for you to be the culprit that killed the great elder. However, since the great elder followed you, have you seen him? Li Ao went straight to the point. His feelings towards Duan Lingtian were extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only slightly stronger than Li Qing. Who knew? During the genius gathering, he actually defeated the Lin clan's Lin Zhuo and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu. Lin Zhuo was one thing. Xiao Yu was not only the Xiao clan's #1 genius in 100 years, he was also Aurora City's #1 genius in 100 years. Even he, the Li clan's patriarch, often sighed with emotion. How good would it be if Xiao Yu was a member of the Li clan? Today, Duan Lingtian defeating Xiao Yu had truly given him a great surprise. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was only 16 years old. He was younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. It could be imagined that when Duan Lingtian was 18 years old, his strength would definitely be even more formidable, and he would leave his peers far behind. Patriarch, I know what you mean. However, when I entered the misty forest, I wholeheartedly hunted fierce beasts and didn't notice anything amiss. Nor did I see the great elder. Moreover, with the great elder's strength, if he wanted to follow me, it would be impossible for me to notice. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a face full of self-ridicule. I understand this. I'm only asking as a matter of routine. Also, even if you weren't able to notice the great elder, you don't have to worry about it. After all, he's an origin core stage martial artist. With your natural talent, you'll definitely be able to surpass him before the age of 30. Li Ao lightly nodded and consoled him at the same time. I'll work hard. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze was firm like iron. Also, I hope you don't take the matter from last time to heart. I was only doing it for the sake of the Li clan's face. Li Ao hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian of the past. Being able to ascend to first place in the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 16, such an accomplishment was the first time since the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list appeared in the world. Duan Lingtian could be said to have opened up a new path. Now, even if Duan Lingtian was only a branch family disciple, a disciple with a different surname, he was still worthy of the Li clan's attention. Patriarch, you're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. These silver taels are a small token of the clan's appreciation. Li Ao took out a stack of silver from his bosom and placed it on the table as he lightly smiled. Patriarch, this is... Duan Lingtian was stunned. These silver taels were of the largest denomination, and a single one was 10,000 taels. This thick and heavy stack was estimated to be around 1 million taels. You've brought honor to the clan in this year's Hidden Dragon list. This is the reward the clan is giving you. I've already informed the 3 alchemy elders of the clan. If you need to refine medicine, you can pay for the materials and ask them to refine it for you. They won't charge you a single cent, Li Ao lightly smiled. Being ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list, no one in the Li clan had obtained such an honor in the past 10 years. This time, Duan Lingtian had brought honor to the Li clan. Recalling the envious and jealous expressions of the patriarchs of the Shao clan and Lin clan a few days ago, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. If you want to refine a weapon, you can go find Elder Li Da. You're on good terms with Li Fei, and I think he'll be willing to refine a spirit weapon for you out of respect for Li Fei. Li Ao continued. Li Da. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about this. If that kid Lingtian really wants me to help refine a spirit weapon, then I'll help him even if I have to risk my life. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded out, breaking the short silence. Duan Lingtian saw it. Li Fei was supporting her grandfather as they slowly walked in. Duan Lingtian came to his senses. So Li Fei's grandfather was the elder Li that the patriarch spoke of. A trace of being moved flashed past his eyes. He knew that it was surely Li Fei who was worried that he would suffer a loss, so she brought the old man over to support him. Elder Li Da. Li Ao hurriedly stood up when he saw the old man, and his tone contained a trace of respect mixed within. The Li clan had 3 grade 9 alchemists. Since his father, the previous patriarch of the Li clan, left, only Li Da remained as a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Patriarch, there's no need to be so courteous. Li Da spoke indifferently. Suddenly, Li Ao's pupils constricted. His gaze descended onto the Weapons Craftsman Guild badge on Li Da's body. The 2 words Grade 8 tattooed red on it caused his heart to tremble. Elder Li Da, you've broken through to become a Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Li Ao took a deep breath and asked, slightly forgetting himself. Patriarch's eyes are sharp. Li Da lightly nodded. After obtaining confirmation, Li Ao's breathing became hurried once more, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. According to his knowledge, in the past in Aurora City, only the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild was a Grade 8 weapons craftsman, and now a Grade 8 weapons craftsman had actually appeared in their Li clan. This was shockingly good news. Congratulations, Elder Li Da. Your wish has been fulfilled, and you've become a Grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Li Da has some business with Duan Lingtian, then I'll take my leave first. Li Ao said to Li Da, then nodded to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Li Fei asked with concern. No, Patriarch is here to give me money. Duan Lingtian looked at the stack of silver bills on the table. Li Fei went up and flipped through it for a while before crying out in surprise. 1 million taels. Patriarch is really generous. Lingtian kid, your current wealth is probably going to be even richer than mine. Li Da laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? If it wasn't for the fact that you've only been helping the clan refine weapons and didn't receive any hard work fees, your wealth would probably have been innumerable long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke. These things were all learned from Li Fei. Looks like Fei sold me out long ago. Girls really do side with outsiders. As he finished speaking, Li sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your good granddaughter. Li Fei hurriedly held onto Lida's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Elder Lida, hearing the commotion, Li Ro also walked out of the room and slightly respectfully looked at the old man. You're Ling Tian kid's mother, right? You have a good son. Lida nodded and smiled at Li Ro, his face revealing an amiable expression. Elder, you flatter me, Li Ro said modestly. This time, I came to ask for your opinion on something. You see, Ling Tian kid and my granddaughter are both in love with each other. How about we arrange a marriage for them? Lida asked with a smile. Grandfather, Li Fei blushed. She didn't know about this decision of Lida's. What? You don't want to marry Ling Tian kid? Lida laughed mockingly. Grandfather, you're bullying Fei. Li Fei lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Ro and Duan Lingtian. Elder, of course, I won't refuse this matter. In my opinion, as long as Tian likes it, it's fine. However, I still have to inform the elders that my son has already been engaged to someone else. Li Ro said, I know this. It's that girl called Kerr, right? Lida nodded. Greetings, Elder. At this time, Kerr also came out and bowed to the old man. As expected of a good girl who's both beautiful and intelligent, Ling Tian kid is really lucky. Chapter 88. After the two parents decided on the marriage between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, they gathered for dinner that night. After dinner, Duan Lingtian sent the two of them home. The old man went back to his room first. Little Fei, from today onwards, you're my fiancée, Duan Lingtian chuckled. Bah, it's just an engagement, we're not married yet. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Grandpa said that in 2 years, when I'm 18, we'll get married. Little Fei, how about I sleep at your place tonight? Duan Lingtian swallowed his saliva and said greedily as he sized up Li Fei's hot body with a burning gaze. You wish. Li Fei's face was full of vigilance. She dashed into the room with light steps and closed the door with a bang. Duan Lingtian could only leave with a bitter smile. When he got home, Duan Lingtian found that Kerr was still waiting for him. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and carried Kerr by the waist before sending her back to her room. Young master. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, Kerr called out softly. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Young master, can you accompany Kerr tonight? Kerr said pitifully. Silly girl, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he took off his coat and got into bed. He held Kerr in his arms. Young master, when you have Sister Fei in the future, will you not want Kerr anymore? The girl voiced her concerns. Silly girl, remember, you're mine for the rest of your life. No one can change that. No one can replace your position in my heart, understand? Duan Lingtian hugged the girl and comforted her softly. It was rare that he did not touch her. Young master. The girl hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, when they were having breakfast, Mother, Kerr, I'm going out for a few days. Don't wait for me at night. Go to bed early, Duan Lingtian said in advance. Be careful, Li Ro nodded. Although Duan Lingtian didn't say what he was going to do, she knew that he had something to do. Her son had grown up. He was no longer the young eagle that curled up under her wings. Young master, when are you coming back? Kerr asked. For days from now. If little Fei comes looking for me, tell her. Duan Lingtian pondered for a while before he opened his mouth. His departure this time was precisely to prepare to head to Triumph City. Although the current him could be considered to have a foothold in the Li family and even obtain the protection of the only grade 8 weapons craftsman in the Li family, he didn't have to fear the Triumph City's Wang family bringing fish that escaped the net to denounce him. However, he didn't want to expose himself before the Wang family. Once exposed, the Li family could protect him for a while, but they couldn't protect him forever. He must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to avoid future troubles. After exiting the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian removed the Li family crest from his clothes and put it into his spatial ring. Presently, the spatial ring was covered with a layer of dark gray metal by his equipment refinement technique. It didn't have the appearance of the past and looked like an ordinary ring that was extremely convenient to wear on his hand. After buying a horse and some rations for the journey at the trade market, Duan Lingtian set out to leave Aurora City. Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City formed a triangle that surrounded the misty forest. The distance from Aurora City to Triumph City wasn't shorter than the distance from Aurora City to the misty forest. Even if he rode a fast horse to Triumph City, it would still take him 8 or 9 hours. Duan Lingtian set out early in the morning and passed through the misty forest at noon, galloping towards the other end of the main road. At dusk, the outline of Triumph City appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Under his agitated mood, he spurred the horse beneath him to increase its speed and galloped out. "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard 2 voices from behind him, a male and a female. When he turned around to look, he noticed a youth and a young girl galloping towards him at lightning speed. The youth and young girl were around 17 years old. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously of extraordinary birth. Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the fine horses under the 2 people. As the 2 horses galloped, they were dripping with blood and sweat. In terms of speed, it wasn't something the horse under him could compare to. A Fergana horse is worth 10,000 gold, and it's priceless. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved. 10,000 gold was 10,000 taels of gold. In the Cloud Continent, 1 tael of gold was comparable to 100 taels of silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of Aurora City weren't so extravagant. It could be guessed that this pair of youth and young girl didn't come from any of the 3 great cities around the misty forest. Could it be that they're from the county cities? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties and 18 county cities, and their scale was only below the imperial city. Under each county, there were 81 small cities. Aurora City was one of the thousands of small cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Halt! Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stopped his horse and galloped it to the side of the main road. He didn't want to cause trouble, but sometimes, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others didn't want to cause trouble. "Sister Rue, do you see that commoner in front?" When he saw us, he was so scared that he hid on the side of the road. The youth who galloped wildly on his horse laughed heartily. "He's afraid of being knocked flying by our Fergana horse." The young girl laughed as well. "Sister Rue, how about we have a competition?" The youth's gaze flickered as he asked, "How?" The young girl's interest was piqued. "Let's compete on who gets to that commoner's side first and uses the horsewhip to knock him off his horse first. How about it?" The youth laughed. "All right, giddy up." The young girl replied, and her horsewhip descended onto the Fergana horse. Instantly, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. "Sister Rue, you're cheating." The youth cried out in alarm and followed up. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't hear the conversation between the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian looked at the youth and young girl galloping over from afar. He planned to wait for them to pass before he set off on his own to avoid causing trouble. Unexpectedly, whoosh! The young girl took the lead and passed by his side first, causing a gust of fierce wind to arise. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Because he saw the horsewhip in the young girl's hand tremble as origin energy suffused the air. She actually swung the horsewhip towards him, flashing straight towards his face, above the young girl. Two ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! The horsewhip hadn't even arrived when he felt a gust of strong wind assault his face, scraping his face to the point it hurt. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand grabbed out. The strength of close to 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head slap. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed onto the horsewhip. The young girl obviously didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to receive her whip. At the same time that she was stunned, she subconsciously wanted to pull back the horsewhip from Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted strength in his hand. Bang! The Fergana horse galloped away by itself. The young girl was thrown off the horse by Duan Lingtian and emitted a shrill cry. Sister Ru. Nay, the expression of the youth behind her changed greatly as he stopped the horse and flashed to the young girl's side in a few steps before helping her up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Lowly commoner, do you know who we are? The youth's face sank as he spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Duan Lingtian frowned as he spoke indifferently. You're courting death. The youth's expression changed greatly as his figure flashed out. In the blink of an eye, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth's head, displaying his cultivation. Third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. A 17-year-old third level of the core formation stage. This talent was simply even more abnormal than Xiao Yu's. Bang! The youth dashed out with a speed as fast as lightning and struck out with his palm, striking the horse under Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as he used the horse's momentum to fly down. The horse emitted a shrill cry as it flew out without a sound. Dead. Die. The youth's icy cold gaze condensed onto Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! His figure flashed like the wind as he struck out with his palm, once again. Over 10 palm silhouettes condensed into one in the air before whistling down, enveloping Duan Lingtian. A high-grade, profound, rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jumped. The youth's offensive martial skill wasn't inferior to Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension, coupled with the youth's cultivation being a level higher than Xiao Yu's. Even Xiao Yu would find it difficult to receive a palm strike from the youth. You're unlucky to have encountered me. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he took a step forward to meet the youth. The strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths exploded out, sword-drawing arts. Whoosh! A dark violet sword light followed like a shadow. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out with a bang, crashing into the distance in a sorry state as he rolled about in pain. A severed arm fell to the ground. Third brother. The young girl was stupefied. Grandpa, why? The young girl cried out sorrowfully as her voice sounded out. Instantly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw an aged figure abandoning his horse and dashing out from behind the main road in the distance, within Duan Lingtian's field of vision. This figure went from the size of an ant to the size of a fist, and it was still gradually enlarging, closer and closer. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he realized the strength of this person. He stomped on the ground and descended onto the youth's Fergana horse. Flee! Duan Lingtian's legs clamped onto the horse's waist as he spurred the horse out, dashing like the wind. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he glanced at the nearby Triumph City. then turned around to look at the old man who was getting closer and closer. Now he could only hope that the old man would take the youth's injuries into consideration and reattach the youth's severed arm. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. This old man's speed far surpassed the Li clan's grand elder Li Tai. He wasn't even slower than Aqua Mist City's clan supreme elder Zhu Dao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul stage expert. At the same time that he spurred the horse out, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. What he was most afraid of now was the old man abandoning the youth and chasing after him. With the old man's strength, once the old man caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Quick, quick! Duan Lingtian's legs unceasingly clamped onto the Fergana horse's waist as his heart burned with anxiety. Although the Fergana horse's speed was twice as fast as his previous horse. Chapter 89. Quick, quick, quick! Now, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief, and only now did he notice that his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he had a feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven. Although the old man didn't chase after him, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and rode the Fergana horse directly into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the pedestrians exclaim in surprise, "Look, it's a Fergana horse again. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his as well?" Duan Lingtian heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned, then directly jumped off and took the opportunity to leave when everyone's gazes descended onto the Fergana horse. He blended into the endless stream of people and disappeared without a trace. Could it be that it's popular to throw Fergana horses everywhere? That's a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold. That youth just threw it away like trash. Many people were dumbstruck. Who? Right at this moment, everyone's gazes descended onto the direction of the city gate. An aged figure pulled out a string of afterimages and instantly arrived in front of the Fergana horse. Did you see that violet-clothed youth that rode his horse into the city? The old man's gaze was like lightning as it swept past the surrounding crowd, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. He went that way. Someone pointed towards the direction Duan Lingtian left. Who? The old man's figure vanished into the crowd. So fast. Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist at any rate, but I can't even grasp his figure. He's probably an origin core martial artist. I've seen the Zhong family's second elder, Zhong Ying, attack. Zhong Ying is a 7th level origin core martial artist, but his speed doesn't seem to be so fast. The crowd clamored. Duan Lingtian took 7 or 8 detours, circling more than half of Triumph City. Only when the sky turned dark did he finally relax. Now I need to change out of this set of clothes, or else it will be too obvious. Duan Lingtian looked at his clothes and thought to himself. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a young man about the same height as him. Father and mother will definitely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I will be a servant of the Zhong family. I will have a salary of 10 taels a month. The young man muttered to himself and hummed a little tune as he walked into the alley. However, he soon quieted down. It was as if his throat was being gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark purple sword flickered with a cold luster. Spare me, hero. I don't have money. I really don't have money. The young man was so scared that he closed his eyes and said in horror. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Who wants your money? Take off your clothes. Duan Lingtian said. Hero, you want to... The young man's body trembled and his voice trembled. Cut the crap. Take off your clothes, Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Yes, yes. The young man nodded and quickly took off his outer clothes. Duan Lingtian took off his clothes and changed into the young man's clothes. However, after he changed his clothes, he found that the young man had taken off his pants and was leaning against the wall. His naked buttocks were facing him and his body was still trembling. Hero, you must be gentle. This is my first time. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What kind of person did this guy think he was? Even if he wanted to rape, he didn't have to find a man to do it with, right? Scram! I only want your clothes. Duan Lingtian kept his sword and kicked the young man's naked buttocks. The young man cried out in pain and said with an aggrieved face, Hero, you should have said so earlier. Woo woo. My innocence. Do I look like that kind of person? Glaring at the young man, Duan Lingtian muttered and left the alley. Triumph City's night market was similar to Aurora City's and was quite lively. After buying a mask from a night market stall and finding a remote place to put it on, Duan Lingtian headed for Ghost Shadow's stronghold in Triumph City. Tang Ing had told him in advance where Ghost Shadow's stronghold was, so he quickly found it. He walked in and arrived in front of the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around 22 or 23 years old. She had an enchanting body like a water snake and a pair of majestic jade peaks that were ready to burst out. Coupled with her cold face, it formed a sharp contrast. Seeing Duan Lingtian wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised, as if it was a common occurrence. Wang Clan, outer court disciple Wang Zhen. Duan Lingtian looked at the woman and lowered his voice, pretending to be hoarse as he spoke. 10,000 taels deposit, confirmed in 3 days. The woman's voice was incomparably cold, without the slightest trace of emotion. Duan Lingtian had already taken out 10,000 taels of silver from his storage ring and placed it on the counter, then turned around and left. He had already learned of Ghost Shadow's rules from Tang Ing. After leaving Ghost Shadow's stronghold, Duan Lingtian circled the surroundings once more. After confirming that he wasn't being followed, he took off his mask and smashed it with a palm strike. Immediately after, he went to the downtown area of Triumph City to eat some barbecue before finding a nearby inn to stay in. 2 Fergana horses, a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Recalling what he encountered outside of Triumph City today, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. To be able to have a nascent soul stage powerhouse escort them, the identity of the young man and young woman was definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were members of a large family in the county city. However, only that young man and young woman recognized my appearance. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he went to buy some rouge and face powder. In his previous life as a mercenary, Duan Lingtian was proficient in various concealment techniques, including disguise. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian's handsome cheeks changed, becoming very ordinary. Not bad, my skills haven't fallen behind. Looking at himself in the mirror, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. At first glance, one couldn't see any traces of makeup on his ordinary cheeks. This face belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. Now, even if they see me again, it's impossible for them to recognize me. After finishing his makeup, Duan Lingtian temporarily felt at ease. Early the next morning, taking advantage of the fact that the innkeeper was still drowsy and dozing off, he directly checked out of the room. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, he must not leave behind any traces. This innkeeper had seen his true appearance last night. Walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtian openly found a restaurant to eat breakfast. The steaming hot breakfast caused his appetite to be greatly aroused. I wonder who's so ruthless that he even dared to cut off the arm of the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor above Triumph City. I heard that the patriarch went to the Wang clan and Zhong clan early in the morning. He probably wants to use their strength to find the culprit. Supposedly, the culprit is a young sword cultivator around the age of 16 with a cultivation at the third level of the core formation stage. He wears violet clothes and has a handsome appearance. But how do we find him? Duan Lingtian was drinking milk in large mouthfuls and eating breakfast when he heard the discussion at a nearby table. It was 3 young men that were a little over 20 years old. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. He naturally guessed that the culprit they spoke of was him. However, although he guessed that the background of the 3 people from yesterday wasn't small, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Swallow Mountain County had a vast territory that encompassed 81 cities. Among them included Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the county governors of the 18 counties were all existences that held great power and influence. Supposedly, the 18 county governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses were existences that surpassed nascent soul stage martial artists. Their strength was shocking, and they were also called demigods. They were able to rely on the strength of their fleshly body to fly. That youth is the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor? Duan Lingtian realized that he'd caused trouble, and it was huge trouble. However, he didn't regret it. If he could do it all over again, he would still do it the same way. Luckily, this is Triumph City, and it's very far from Aurora City. There ought to be no one who suspects me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. In the following 3 days, the entire Triumph City was alarmed by the big movements of the 3 great clans. There was only one goal: to find the culprit that cut off the arm of the county governor's son. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young girl. The young girl had an icy expression as she followed a group of people, searching everywhere for his whereabouts. However, even though he'd met the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Lingtian believed the current him, unless it was Kerr or his mother, Li Ro, no one else, including Li Fei, would be able to recognize him even if they met him face to face. He was extremely confident in his ability to disguise himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian once again bought a mask from the night market. After putting it on, he once again arrived at the Ghastly Shadow stronghold in Triumph City. It was still that enchanting and icy cold young girl that received him. Wang family, Wang Zhen, how's the confirmation? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. 200,000 silver. The girl's voice was icy cold. Only a body-tempering stage martial artist, so expensive? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Based on the price he heard from Tang Ying, a 9th-level body-tempering stage martial artist, was at most 100,000 silver. Going deep into the Wang family estate is extremely risky. The girl's icy cold voice sounded. Here's 190,000 silver. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything as he took out the silver he prepared and passed it to the girl. The girl accepted the silver and nodded. When do we make a move? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Tonight the target will definitely die. Hearing the girl's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, but it was blocked by the mask. He left the Ghastly Shadow stronghold and found another inn to stay in. He had a plan in his heart. Tomorrow morning, after eating breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Lingtian found a restaurant to eat breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some rumors, but he didn't expect that the thing that caused the hubbub was still the matter of the county governor's son. According to Tang Ying, as long as it's a mission that the Ghastly Shadow has accepted, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 90. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of the restaurant. The discussion of the 2 youths that brushed past him fell into his ears. Alas, I didn't expect that Wang Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on. Yeah, even the patriarch couldn't tell why his injuries would suddenly relapse. He died just like that. Wang Guang and the others died for nothing. Although we know it was the Aurora City's Li clan that did it, we don't know who it was. Humph. That person from the Li clan is really lucky. Duan Lingtian laughed. Lucky? However, the actions of Ghastly Shadow were really quite nimble. He couldn't help but be astonished by the methods of Ghastly Shadow. Listening to the discussion of the two Wang clan disciples, it was obvious that even the patriarch of the Wang clan didn't notice that Wang Zhen was murdered and only thought that he died from his old injuries relapsing. Duan Lingtian went to buy a horse and spurred it out of the city. At the city gate of Triumph City, there were 3 groups of people checking the people leaving. From the badges on the clothes of these 3 groups of people, it could be seen that they were from the 3 great clans of Triumph City. The Zhong clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian saw the young girl again. The young girl was also helping to check the people lining up to leave. Very quickly, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Eldest miss, is it him? The middle-aged man beside the young girl glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked, Eldest miss? Duan Lingtian was dazed. This middle-aged man had the Lu clan badge on his clothes. He was obviously a member of the Lu clan of Triumph City. In that case, the young girl that swung her horsewhip at him a few days ago was the daughter of the Lu clan's patriarch? If this was the case, then everything could be explained. Before, Duan Lingtian felt it was strange that the son of the county governor would come to a small city like Triumph City. Compared to the county city of Swallow Mountain County, Triumph City was only a small rural town. So it was because of this young girl. It's not him. Lu Ru's gaze examined Duan Lingtian for a while before she shook her head. Let's go. The middle-aged man coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't get angry. He spurred his horse and left Triumph City with a smile on his face. Although there were some complications, the matter could still be considered satisfactory. The journey back was rather smooth. He rushed back to Aurora City before dusk. Although he had only been away for a few days, Duan Lingtian was eager to return home. He went straight home, picked up Kerr, and spun around. Kerr, I missed you so much. Duan Lingtian put down the blushing girl and smiled softly. He's forgotten his mother now that he has a wife. At some point, Li Ro also came out of the room. She shook her head and sighed. Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed. He quickly went over to hold Li Ro's hand and remedied. Mother, I also miss you very much. All right, don't be mushy. You probably haven't eaten a proper meal on the way back. Mother will go cook for you. Li Ro shook her head and smiled, then went into the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Kerr also wanted to go into the kitchen. However, Duan Lingtian pulled her back. Kerr, don't you miss me? Kerr nodded like a chick pecking rice. Of course I miss you. However, Sister Feifei also misses young master. Young master, you should go see her. When young master comes back, I will help madam prepare the meal. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he hugged the girl. Kerr was always like this. She always put him first. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Li Fei's house, you still know to come back? When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian, she glared at him. You don't want me to come back? Then I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled and turned to leave. Don't leave. Li Fei took a few steps forward and blocked Duan Lingtian's way. However, the moment she blocked Duan Lingtian's way, Duan Lingtian opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace as if he could predict the future. Li Fei's delicate body trembled. I miss you. Duan Lingtian's mouth pressed against the girl's earlobe. He licked it and said softly. The girl's body froze as if she was struck by lightning. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cough came from behind. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He wondered if the old man was doing it on purpose. Grandpa. Li Fei blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at the old man. Grandpa. Duan Lingtian turned around, chuckled, and greeted the old man. Lingtian brat, I heard that you left for a few days. Where did you go? Li De narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. I didn't go anywhere. I just walked around the fog forest to see if I could find a spirit fruit that could increase the strength of the physical body. Duan Lingtian found an excuse. Do you think that kind of spirit fruit fell from the sky? Li De was speechless. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian ate the spirit fruit, causing his physical body to transform and gain the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. However, in his opinion, this kind of spirit fruit was something that could only be found by chance. Grandpa, the spirit fruit that I got back then really fell from the sky. It even smashed a bump on my head. Duan Lingtian continued to speak without thinking. Li De's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. That was a coincidence. It was absolutely a coincidence. Very quickly, Li De changed the topic. Ling Tian brat, I saw the spirit, sword you helped Kerr refine. It's not bad, surpassing ordinary grade 9 spirit weapons. However, it's still far from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you need Grandpa to help you raise the grade of your spirit swords to grade 8 spirit weapons? Grandpa, you probably don't just want to help us raise the grade of our spirit weapons, right? Duan Lingtian saw through Li De's thoughts and laughed in ridicule. Li De's face flushed red. Scoundrel, Grandpa wants to get some violet meteorite from you to help me raise my spirit weapon to grade 8 spirit weapon. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. I was only joking. If Grandpa wants it, I naturally won't refuse. Grandpa, I'll go get my mother's and Kerr's swords for you right now. Duan Lingtian directly returned home and gave the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords to the old man. Extravagant, too extravagant. The old man looked at the 3 flexible swords and clicked his tongue. Ling Tian brat, where did you get these violet meteorite from? When I was in Fresh Breeze Town, I bought them from the weapon shop. I think I spent 200 taels. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. 200 taels? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and only after a long time did he spit out 2 words. Dogshit luck. The old man took the 3 swords back to his room as if he had obtained a treasure and went to work. Duan Lingtian once again sneak-attacked Li Fei and pulled her into his arms. He laughed mischievously. Little Fei, did you miss me these past few days? I didn't. Li Fei's face and ears flushed red. You really didn't? Duan Lingtian's hands moved dishonestly on Li Fei's hot body. Don't move. Then tell me honestly, did you miss me? I did. I didn't hear you clearly. I did. That's enough, stinky rascal. Hee, then I'll show you what a rascal is. The wolf is coming. Ah, I don't want it. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, the white-clothed youth who had been standing there for a while walked away. Duan Lingtian, even if the family doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later. Just you wait. Li Qing's eyes were red, filled with hatred and jealousy. His heart was almost twisted. Hey, isn't this Li Qing? Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from not far away. The gray-clothed youth in the lead looked at Li Qing with a smile. Li En, you better get lost. Don't provoke me. Li Qing's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Li Qing, do you really think you're still the same as before? In my eyes, the current you is just trash. Li En sneered and said in disdain. Now, in the Li clan's younger generation, only Duan Lingtian can be my opponent. You're not worthy. You're courting death. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his figure flashed and pounced towards Li En's swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing pointed out with his finger, flashing straight towards Li En. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. Humph, you're not the only one at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Li En sneered and took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Bang! Li En directly moved forward and blocked Li Qing's finger with a punch. Its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it smashed onto Li Qing's body, blasting Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if I broke through to the second level of the core formation stage, I still wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, trash will always be trash. Don't even think of standing up again in this lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and sneered. Li Qing's face was ashen, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes even emitted dense hatred. Lian, Duan Lingtian. He wouldn't let any of them off. Remember, your grandfather is already dead. You don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan anymore. Next time, don't be so arrogant in front of me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lian threatened before leaving. Li Qing struggled to stand up, took a deep breath, and made a decision. He went back to pack his things, took the inheritance left behind by his grandfather, Li Tai, and left the Li clan. He left with hatred in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard that Li Qing had left the Li clan, he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have the slightest good impression of Li Qing, needless to say, Li Qing's actions still caused him to feel slight admiration in his heart. Not everyone had the courage to leave the large tree that was the Li clan and wander the world. Once he did this, it meant that he would have to start all over again. Without anyone to rely on, he could only rely on himself for everything. What he didn't know was that Li Qing had coincidentally gone to Triumph City when he left this time, even to the extent that 5 days ago the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor had his arm cut off outside of Triumph City. Violet-clothed youth, sword cultivator, 16 years old. Duan Lingtian just happened to not be in the Li family at that time. I can be sure that it was him. After Li Qing left the Li clan, he rode his horse aimlessly and just happened to arrive at Triumph City. He heard about the recent events that had caused much discussion in Triumph City. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. Li Qing's eyes shone. Very quickly, Li Qing arrived at the Lu clan's mansion. I know who cut off the arm of the county governor's son. A single sentence allowed Li Qing to move unimpeded in the Lu clan and smoothly see the person he wanted to see. In the spacious audience hall, the well-dressed youth sat at the head of the table, his face slightly pale. On both sides of the well-dressed youth stood a young girl and an old man. You know who injured my young master? Chapter 91. How formidable was a nascent soul martial artist. The old man's aura descended onto Li Qing's body, pressuring Li Qing to the point his body trembled and his face went pale. But Li Qing still gritted his teeth and persevered. As far as he was concerned, this bit of pain was nothing compared to the humiliation Duan Lingtian and Lian gave him. Not bad, second level of the core formation stage, able to forcefully withstand my aura without taking a step back. Not to mention your natural talent, this tenacity is extremely rare. What's your name? The old man glanced deeply at Li Qing. I'm called Cho Shui. According to the plan in his heart, Li Qing made up a name. From today onwards, he wasn't Li Qing anymore, but Cho Shui. Cho Shui, using this to remind himself of the bloodthirsty hatred he bore. Cho Shui. I'm the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. Do you really know who severed my arm? The youth that sat at the head looked down at Li Qing from above. Although his severed arm was barely reattached, it wasn't as nimble as before and was already unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these past few days to feel like years to him, and living was worse than death. He wished for nothing more than to immediately find the culprit and execute him. Third young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that severed your arm struck out with his sword extremely quickly, swift like lightning, and the sword entered its sheath as soon as it left its sheath. Is that so? Li Qing looked at Pei San as he asked, Who is he? Pei San's eyes lit up and his face flushed red as he became excited. So long as you tell me who he is, 10,000 gold. A group of beauties, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, martial skills. I can reward you with anything. Third young master, I don't want any of these. Li Qing slowly shook his head. Then what do you want? Pei San suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his face sank. I want to follow by third young master's side and return to the county city together, as long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage. I'll surely tell third young master who severed your arm and where he came from. Li Qing's gaze flickered as he stared at Pei San. Humph, you're quite the schemer, seeing that I'm eager for vengeance. You're certain that I'll help you step into the Yuan dance stage at all costs, right? Pei San's face turned cold. He knew what Li Qing was thinking. Li Qing was silent. That was exactly what he was planning. In his opinion, as long as he stayed by the side of this county governor's son and had his full support, he would definitely be able to step into the origin core stage in the shortest amount of time. Within Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's office. If he had the full support of the county governor's mansion, it would only be a matter of time before he stepped into the primal core realm. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and kill Lian. As for Duan Lingtian, he would humiliate and torture him before handing him over to Pei San. How dare you? The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you already know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you on the spot. You can kill me, but your young master will never find the murderer again. Facing the old man's aura, Li Qing remained calm and fearless. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? The old man took a step forward and struck out with his vast palm. Origin energy blossomed and slapped onto Li Qing's body, causing Li Qing to be blasted flying. Li Qing landed on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I was really sure that you wouldn't dare kill me. Humph. The old man's face sank as he looked at Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San was so angry that he started laughing instead. He said to the young girl beside him, Sister Ru, arrange for someone to take him to recuperate. Yes, third brother. The young girl complied and went to arrange. In a short while, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, are you really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned slightly. Grandpa Huai, I can tell that for a fugitive like blood enmity, it would be impossible to pry open his mouth even if he was tortured. Why don't we take advantage of the situation and take him back to the county city? After we return to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the murderer because of this, then he would have no value. If we can't find the murderer, then we will fulfill his wish. When he steps into the primordial core stage and finds the murderer for me, that will be the day he dies. A cold light flickered in Pei San's eyes as he spoke of his plan. He was the dignified son of the Swallow Mountain County's county chief. How could he allow others to threaten him? In his heart, the other party was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was the best method. Aurora City, Li family's mansion. In a room within a spacious courtyard. Wang. Behind the screen, a fully naked young man stood up from the bathtub. The defensive qi on his body raged like gusts of strong wind that whistled past. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The young man's face revealed a satisfied smile. He walked out of the bathtub, put on dry clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. Spirit serpent movement technique. Once he entered the courtyard, the young man's figure flashed as if he had transformed into a nimble spirit serpent, incomparably fast. In a moment, he coiled around a large tree and soared up. In a moment, he swept across the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss, on the trunk of the large tree, two little pythons, one black and one white, looked at the young man's figure flashing with interest. Their sharp eyes revealed docility and infatuation. Suddenly, the young man stood up and took a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In an instant, the young man's hands danced like the wind, sometimes forming a fist, sometimes forming a palm. Origin energy whistled, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Whoosh! Right after this myriad of mist, a finger condensed from origin energy instantly pointed out, and a piercing whistle sounded out as it landed on a stone pillar. Bang! Instantly, the stone pillar exploded with the point of impact as the center, causing stone fragments to swirl in the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill, matched with the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, Raging Python form mental cultivation method. This dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, surpasses Li Qing's dark, mysterious finger and isn't inferior to Xiao Yu's universe in the sleeve. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and stood there, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. Dragon's finishing touch emphasized the use of whistling fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's line of sight, as if painting an eyeless dragon. Finally, an extremely powerful finger would be pointed out, directly striking the opponent's vital point. This move had the ingenuity of the dragon's finishing touch. Therefore, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Emperor Wu of Samsara. Dragon's Finishing Touch fused with the high-grade, profound level martial skill Cloud Piercing Finger that Samsara Emperor Wu cultivated during his second lifetime. I fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and also inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's comprehension of Cloud Piercing Finger. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu's Cloud Piercing Finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. Therefore, I only spent half a month's time to cultivate Dragon's Finishing Touch, which is superior to the Cloud Piercing Finger, to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Presently, the might of the dragon's finishing touch had already completely surpassed the Xing-Yi fist that he was most proficient in, the collapsing fist. At this moment, only a month had passed since the last gathering of geniuses. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound level martial skills that I've cultivated, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage. However, among them, only Dragon's Finishing Touch has touched the threshold of the perfection stage. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he even more diligently cultivated Dragon's Finishing Touch. Strike while the iron is hot. There will surely be a miraculous effect. Duan Lingtian, you're really diligent. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian heard the sound and looked over. He saw a figure standing outside the courtyard. It was precisely Lin Qi. "Why have you come?" Duan Lingtian welcomed Lin Qi into the courtyard and asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, a few days ago, a few guests from Aqua Mist Cities, He clan came to our Lin clan. One of them is the #1 youth of the He clan. Originally, it wasn't a big deal, but after this person defeated my brother in a spar, he arrogantly said that there was no one in our Aurora City's younger generation. Today, he even arrogantly set up an arena in the northern part of the city and challenged the younger generation of Aurora City. Meng Quan was also defeated by him. Lin Qi explained the reason for his visit. I came this time to ask you to teach him a lesson and let him know that there is always someone better than him. Could it be that even Xiao Yu isn't his match? Duan Lingtian stared blankly. Lin Qi smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu left half a month ago to visit his family. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Li clan mansion with Lin Qi. If he had only inadvertently heard of this matter, he wouldn't have cared and wouldn't have fought for the so-called glory of Aurora City. The reason why he went was because of his friend, Lin Qi. Arriving at the northern part of the city, Duan Lingtian saw a simple combat arena. Currently, the combat arena was surrounded by people. Among them, there was no lack of young martial artists from the Li clan, Duan Lingtian. Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian and their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian is here. He can definitely defeat this guy from Aqua Mist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan took advantage of the fact that our Aurora cities, Xiao Yu wasn't here to be so arrogant. Now that Duan Lingtian is here, let's see how he continues to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, I support you. Kill him. The surrounding crowd was incomparably enthusiastic. This made Duan Lingtian feel somewhat flattered. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw that on the combat arena, a person was knocked out of the combat arena and fell towards him. Li Zhong! Duan Lingtian recognized the youth who fell and raised his hand to grab his shoulder, allowing him to steadily land on the ground. Li Zhong was a bit embarrassed. After seeing that the person who saved him was Duan Lingtian, his gaze was complicated. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhong said sincerely. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and patted Li Zhong's shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Zhong shook his head. You're Duan Lingtian? Aurora City's current #1 genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking? At this moment, on the combat arena, a blue-clothed youth looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disdain. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. You. The blue-clothed youth flew into a rage out of humiliation. Duan Lingtian, I, Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Jun, officially challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The surrounding crowd's gazes all fell onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. His legs shook as he borrowed the force to ascend onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, go for it. Duan Lingtian, defeat him. Duan Lingtian, I love you, ah. Chapter 92. Qi. He Jun sized up Duan Lingtian for a moment and sneered. Is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old kid can be ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list and become the #1 person in the younger generation of Aurora City? Idiot, so what if he's 16? Talk about it when you can defeat Duan Lingtian. Exactly, don't be unable to even withstand a single move from Duan Lingtian when the time comes. That would truly be embarrassing. Someone in the crowd made fun of him. He Jun's face sank. Looks like they're quite confident in you. He Jun looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian still didn't reply, as if he didn't hear He Jun at all. Kid, I'm talking to you. He Jun's face sank. It was the first time he was disregarded like this. Even though they haven't fought yet, their realms have already been determined. Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the #1 person in the Hidden Dragon list. Even if MT Tai collapses in front of him, his expression won't change. Yeah, unlike this He Jun who's flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearing, he's not on the same level as Duan Lingtian. On the same level, you think too highly of him. I think he's thousands of miles away from Duan Lingtian. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, He Jun's face became more and more unsightly. Let's see how long you can pretend for. He Jun was enraged. His figure trembled like a rock spreading its wings as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a second-level core formation martial artist as well. Whoosh! Seeing He Jun flashing over, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat Lin Jue. He had some ability. His movement technique was the same as his a high-grade, profound, rank movement technique at the mastery stage. Watch me send you flying with one punch. He Jun shouted out explosively as his fist flashed out like a cannonball. Fist images whistled as they blasted towards Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot, unmoving like a mountain. Even when He Jun was in front of him, he still had a calm expression. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved. Dragon painting. Duan Lingtian's hands danced as elemental energy filled the air. In the eyes of the surrounding people, including He-jun, Duan Lingtian's hands were not dancing randomly. It was as if they were following some kind of mysterious trajectory. Break. He-jun's gaze turned cold. His fist was like a collapsing mountain, smashing towards the palm and fist shadows that Duan Lingtian had created. Soon his expression changed. That was because he realized that his punch had hit nothing but air. He didn't even touch his opponent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, finishing touch. Duan Lingtian's finger flashed out, penetrating through the layers of mist that were suffused with origin energy, and a piercing howl that was deafening resounded out. His finger tapped onto He-jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. Ah! He-jun emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying, falling onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped onto his right hand. He noticed that one of his finger bones had shattered, and the heart-piercing pain caused his body to start trembling. He-jun consumed a grade 8 gold injury pill in a panic, then looked at Duan Lingtian with a fearful expression. In his eyes, this 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon. Too terrifying. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Supposedly, when Duan Lingtian defeated Xiaoyu, he used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He-jun. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was holding back. This He-jun probably can't even defeat Xiaoyu. The #1 disciple of Aqua Mist City's He clan's younger generation is only SOO. The crowd was in an uproar. One must keep a low profile. If you don't have any ability, then don't go around setting up arenas. Duan Lingtian ignored He-jun. Under numerous gazes of admiration and reverence, he leaped off the arena and kicked the support at the side of the combat arena. Hua! Instantly, the combat arena collapsed with a bang. He-jun was buried within. He-jun crawled out in a sorry state, his face covered in dust like a refugee. Ha ha ha! Instantly, the crowd roared with laughter. Amidst the loud laughter, He-jun's expression was unsightly as he dashed away. Ha! Duan Lingtian, formidable. Lin Chi came to Duan Lingtian's side and gave him a thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than himself winning. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, another 2 people came to Duan Lingtian's side. Li Zhong and Li Xiao. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Zhong and asked in puzzlement. Hurry up and speak. Li Zhong glared at Li Xiao and reprimanded. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian with trepidation. Duan Lingtian, I apologize for what I did to you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Louder, did you not eat? Li Zhong snorted coldly. He did not give any face to this brother of his. All right, let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zhong's character was not bad. Thinking back, the conflict between him and him was all because of his brother Li Xiao. Slap. Li Zhong slapped Li Xiao's head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank me. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiao smiled bitterly and hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Xiao indifferently and walked out with Lin Chi. The crowd automatically opened up a path for them. The gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi's figures from afar, the crowd came back to their senses. He's too powerful. He defeated He-jun from the He clan in one move, as expected of a young genius who defeated Xiaoyu and is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Duan Lingtian is only 16 years old. I'm sure that in the next 2 years, he will still be ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Nonsense, I'm sure of that too. In the restaurant, Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi sat opposite each other. Duan Lingtian was originally preparing to go home, but Lin Chi forcefully dragged him to the restaurant, saying that he had something to say to him. "What do you want to say? Why come to a restaurant? It's so grand. Can't you just say it on the way?" Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Chi. "Duan Lingtian, what plans do you have?" Lin Chi went straight to the point. "What plans?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I'm asking you what plans you have for the future." Lin Chi smiled bitterly. "I don't know for now." Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought in his heart. Hearing Lin Chi say this, he couldn't help but recall the Iron Blood Army's genius camp he heard about last time. 5 months from now would be the day of the genius camp test. Duan Lingtian, although you're considered to be a member of the Li family, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li family, you'll at most be an elder, and the position of patriarch is destined to have no fate with you. Lin Chi continued, "You fellow, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Duan Lingtian scolded with a smile. "Then I'll be frank." Lin Chi took a deep breath and slowly said, "Half a month ago, my aunt came back once and heard about you. She's very interested in you." "Pooh!" Duan Lingtian's face trembled when he heard this, and he spat out the rice he hadn't swallowed yet onto Lin Chi's face. F***K. Lin Chi, although I'm not against a relationship between an older woman and a younger man, this kind of relationship that crosses generations is really not suitable for me. You should ask your aunt to find someone else." Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. Lin Chi was dumbstruck. After coming back to his senses, Lin Chi wiped off the rice and saliva that Duan Lingtian spat on his face and scolded with a smile. "You fellow, can you stop thinking in that direction for everything? My aunt got married long ago, and her son is already over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said that your aunt was interested in me?" Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Was he thinking too much? "She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability." Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to eat with his head lowered, sweeping away the food like a whirlwind. "My aunt is the person in charge of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County," Lin Chi said. "So what?" Duan Lingtian said as he ate. "You couldn't have never heard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, right?" Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Seeing Duan Lingtian nod his head, he was completely speechless. Just how uninformed was this fellow? The Purple Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Their businesses are spread throughout 6 of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, including Swallow Mountain County, Lin Chi introduced. "Wait, you're saying that this Purple Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "That's right." Lin Chi had a face full of pride. "Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Dao is average, she has a mind for business. Early on, she obtained the favor of the president of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, and later on, she slowly rose to her current position. The restaurant we're eating at now is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. In addition, the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company can be said to be pervasive, even to the extent that they can be found in remote, small towns. As long as it has the prefix purple caltrop, golden flower, or agarwood, it is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company." Lin Chi continued, speaking as if he was very familiar with it. "Agarwood?" Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. So the largest agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town was one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. "I'm not interested in doing business." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Who asked you to do business?" Lin Chi said angrily, My aunt is interested in you because of your natural talent in the martial Tao and comprehension ability. At the same time that the Purple Tulip Trading Company's wealth is comparable to that of a nation, it has naturally been coveted by many people. Therefore, the Purple Tulip Trading Company has cultivated many experts to be in charge of protecting the properties of the trading company. My uncle is the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. He is an emptiness realm expert, and even the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has to treat him with respect when he sees him. Lin Chi finished speaking in one breath. Your aunt wants me to become a guard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company? Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. My aunt said that as long as you are willing to join the Purple Tulip Trading Company, the Purple Tulip Trading Company will unreservedly cultivate you. In the future, you might even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In other words, even if I go to the Purple Tulip Trading Company, I will only be a commander of the guards until I die? Duan Lingtian was full and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Commander of the guards? Chapter 93. It means the same as the guard commander. Duan Lingtian explained. Do you know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Lin Chi was slightly exasperated. Represents what? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. The Violet Tulip Trading Company only has a total of 7 guard commanders, and every guard commander is an emptiness realm expert. While they protect the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they can also obtain many resources from the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as Grade 7 medicinal pills, Grade 7 spirit weapons, and wealth that they and their families can never finish spending in their lifetime. Lin Chi was slightly excited. Are you done? That's all? Duan Lingtian asked. Are you done? That's all? Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, as if he didn't care in the slightest, Lin Chi couldn't help but stare. This is something that you can obtain even if you're an elder of the Li clan for your entire lifetime. What? It still doesn't attract you? Go back and tell your aunt that I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shrugged and lightly smiled. You really intend to be an elder of the Li family for your entire lifetime? Lin Chi was dazed. Who said, I want to be an elder of the Li family? Duan Lingtian shook his head and slowly walked away, only leaving behind a sentence for Lin Chi. My ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Lin Chi was dumbstruck. He would occasionally dream of becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, or the county governor of one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he would always wake up from his dream with a smile. As far as he was concerned, these were all his extravagant hopes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, he directly said his ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was simply not putting the things he dreamed of in his eyes. Perhaps it's precisely because he has such lofty ambitions that he was able to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm simply a frog at the bottom of a well. The corners of Lin Chi's mouth held a bitter smile. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. But Duan Lingtian didn't know. Because of what he had just said, Lin Chi's life had undergone an earth-shaking change. Of course, this was all in the future. Duan Lingtian's life gradually returned to peace. He spent his days cultivating the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, Dragon's finishing touch, spirit serpent movement skill, concocting medicinal liquids, and refining medicinal pills in private. Today he would flirt with Kerr, and tomorrow he would flirt with little Fair. His days were rather carefree. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. His cultivation had advanced from the first level of the core formation stage to the second level of the core formation stage. Moreover, he'd completed the process of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy and was charging towards the third level of the core formation stage. The offensive martial skill, finishing touch of the dragon, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. With the help of a large amount of blood Lingji's medicinal liquid, his defensive martial skill, greater shift, had also entered the realm of perfection. Instead, it was the movement technique, spirit serpent movement skill, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck that was difficult to break through and was unable to break through. As for Kerr, her cultivation had stepped into the third level of the core formation stage half a month ago. The high-grade, profound, rank sword skill, freezing sword, that came with Han Bing's God sword technique had been cultivated to the mastery stage. The defensive martial skill, substitution, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The movement technique, profound steps, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Kerr's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao had once again shocked Duan Lingtian. As for Li Fei, Duan Lingtian gave her the other spirit containment pill that he'd refined that day, allowing her to disperse her origin energy and recultivate a top-grade cultivation technique. The top-grade cultivation technique he passed down to Li Fei was the Sun Moon Star technique. It was the cultivation technique cultivated by a close friend of Samsara Emperor Wu's in his first lifetime, Star Emperor Wu, and was on par with Han Bing's God sword technique and demonic beauty divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Li Fei had previously cultivated high-grade, profound, rank martial skills, so Duan Lingtian didn't pass them down to her. After Li Fei recultivated, her cultivation had stepped into the second level of the core formation stage and was about to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian had once asked his mother, Li Ro, about her cultivation, but Li Ro only smiled every time, revealing all sorts of mysteries that even Duan Lingtian was unable to find out. However, Duan Lingtian was sure. His mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed before. Duan Lingtian sat in his courtyard and played with the two little pythons on the table. During these 3 months, the two little pythons had swallowed many medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian had refined, and their strengths had improved as well. They both stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and were only a step away from the origin core stage. Two little freaks. Looking at the two little pythons, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Who would have thought that in his family the strongest wasn't him and Kerr, nor was it his mother, but rather these two variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had once brought the two little pythons deep into the misty forest to test their strength. With great difficulty, he finally found a 9th level core formation fierce beast that wasn't afraid of the little python's aura, but it was actually easily pierced through and died. The horn on top of their heads completely ignored the fierce beast's tough leather armor. Rascal! Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. A young girl with a hot figure wearing light violet clothes walked into the courtyard in large strides and sat across from Duan Lingtian without being courteous as she started playing with the two little pythons. Rascal, accompany me to the misty forest. Why? Duan Lingtian's gaze completely descended upon the young girl's well-developed pair of jade peaks, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he asked, "Stinking rascal, where are you looking?" Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "I just broke through, so I want to go find those fierce beasts to try." "You broke through?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Yeah." Li Fei nodded and smiled. "Grandfather said that my rapid improvement was all thanks to the high-purity origin increasing pills you refined. If it was an origin increasing pill refined by an ordinary alchemist, even if I cultivated the solar moon star technique, I would still need at least half a year to break through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Lingtian laughed complacently. In terms of medicinal efficacy, an origin-increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above is at least 2 times stronger than the origin-increasing pills sold in the Aurora City's trade market. Under the circumstances that the absorption speed is the same, if you consume the St. Origin pill I refined, your cultivation speed will be 2 times faster than someone who consumes an ordinary origin-increasing pill. I know you're amazing, egomaniac! Li Fei angrily scolded Duan Lingtian. She still remembered that when she found out about the medicinal efficacy of the origin-increasing pill refined by Duan Lingtian, her grandfather was stunned for a long time before actually cursing out loud. That was the first time in her entire life that she saw her grandfather lose his composure like that. When she found out from her grandfather what an origin-increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above represented, she was shocked as well. According to her grandfather's words, an origin-increasing pill in the Aurora City's trade market was worth 5,000 silver. If the origin-increasing pill refined by Duan Lingtian were to be sold, just one pill would be able to fetch at least 100,000 silver. Kerr is cultivating, so let's not disturb her. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. After greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons that were eagerly looking at him. He glared at them and said, "You 2 little fellows, stay at home obediently. If you dare to follow me, I'll turn you 2 into a pot of snake soup." As long as he brought the 2 little pythons into the dense fog forest, he could forget about encountering any ferocious beasts. Unless it was some high-level ferocious beasts. The other ferocious beasts would sense their aura from afar and hide. The 2 little pythons nodded their heads in grievance, as if they could already understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Then they scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard and anxiously watched as Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left. Hiss, hiss! After a short while, they forgot their worries and became cheerful again as they scuttled around the big tree. Duan Lingtian had already come to the dense fog forest no less than 10 times. He was very familiar with the place. Rascal, let's go deeper this time. Li Fei was a little excited as her face flushed red. You can go deeper, but you must not leave my line of sight. After entering the dense fog forest, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious as he said vigilantly, "Got it." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, she found it hard to understand. This young man was reckless and fearless outside, but once he entered the dense fog forest, he became cautious and cautious. Now, she was already used to Duan Lingtian's vigilance. However, she did not know that this was completely Duan Lingtian's instinct. This was an instinct that he developed from his previous life's special forces and mercenary career. Once he entered the forest, his nerves would quietly be tense, and he would be vigilant of his surroundings for safety. In his previous life, because of this instinct, he escaped death no less than 10 times. Something's not right. After entering the inner area for a long time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not see even a single ferocious beast. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 extremely fast figures swept across the sky and floated above Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's heads. These were 2 travel-worn, middle-aged men. Both of them were dressed in black. One of them had a stiff face and no fluctuations in his expression could be seen. The other person had an ugly appearance and was greedily staring at Li Fei with a lustful gaze. Emptiness Realm Expert. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He never thought that an Emptiness Realm Expert would appear in the dense fog forest. An Emptiness Realm Expert was an existence that was above the nascent soul realm. Fly. There really are people who can fly. Li Fei's expression was sluggish. Although she had heard of Emptiness Realm Experts and knew that they could fly, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Soon, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the 2 people and frowned slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fei. He stared at the emptiness realm expert without fear. How dare a mere ant stop me from looking at a beauty? Humph! The emptiness realm expert snorted coldly. He condensed his voice into a line and blasted it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums vibrated. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a snort was enough to injure Duan Lingtian. Rascal! Li Fei's expression changed, and she quickly went to help Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Chapter 94. You are courting death. The emptiness realm expert's face darkened as the raging aura on his body surged. A terrifying aura swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His body trembled as he resisted the emptiness realm expert's aura. He didn't dare to move. Otherwise, Li Fei would definitely be affected. Humph! I'd like to see how hard an ant like you is. The emptiness realm expert sneered. The aura pressing down on Duan Lingtian suddenly rose. The pressure on Duan Lingtian's body had doubled. Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure, remaining as motionless as a mountain. The emptiness realm expert's eyes turned cold as killing intent rose in them. At this moment, enough, Sun Rue. Don't create unnecessary trouble. If you mess up the important matter, the sect leader won't forgive you. The other emptiness realm expert frowned and said coldly, Brat, remember this. In front of me, you are just an ant. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from stepping on an ant. I don't want to kill you. The emptiness realm expert destroyed Duan Lingtian's self-esteem with his words. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. A cold light shot out from his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. Let's go. The two emptiness realm experts rose into the air and flew far away. Boom! Finally, Duan Lingtian couldn't hold on anymore. He fell limply to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The aura of the emptiness realm expert was extremely powerful. It wasn't something he could withstand. Just now he had been holding on for so long. He couldn't hold on any longer. Rascal, you are injured. Li Fei's face turned pale. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She took out a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and fed it to Duan Lingtian. After taking the pill, Duan Lingtian regained his breath. His eyes stared in the direction where the two emptiness realm experts had left. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. However, if someone bullied him, he wouldn't let it go. Right now, his strength was indeed inferior to his opponents. However, he was still young and had the capital. Moreover, he had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In his opinion, he would be able to catch up to Emperor Wu sooner or later, or even surpass him at that time. He would make the other party regret what he had done today. Sun Rue, I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian engraved this name in his mind. This was the second person who made him want to kill since he came to this world. The first was Duan Lingxing from the imperial city's Duan clan. It was also because Duan Lingtian's current fleshly body was extremely formidable, and merely the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. So, after consuming the 8th grade gold injury pill and using his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal effects, his injuries had more or less recovered. At this moment, Li Fei stood to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were as gentle as water. Earlier, when facing those 2 void stage experts, she was extremely afraid in her heart, and her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move in the slightest. Right when she felt the most helpless, Duan Lingtian stood out and stood in front of her, like a fearless guardian god that shielded her from the wind and rain. He would rather be injured than allow others to harm her. Her heart began to tremble slightly. At this moment, she felt this man was worthy of her and trusting her entire life to. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's nose twitched as if he smelled something, and his gaze focused slightly as he looked towards the distance. His figure flashed out and flashed over. Li Fei revealed a puzzled expression and followed after him. Duan Lingtian noticed. Behind the nearby bushes lay a person. More accurately speaking, it was a corpse. This was a young man whose entire body was covered in injuries, and he held a jade slip in his hand. The origin energy on his body could be vaguely seen gradually dissipating, and the wounds that were stopped by the origin energy gushed out dazzling fresh blood that flowed all over the ground. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to smell the stench of blood and even notice him. Li Fei turned her head around when she saw this bloody scene, and her face was pale. This jade slip seems to be. Duan Lingtian picked up the jade slip, and through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he found out what it was and fused his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Fated person, I'm the Boundless Sect's young sect leader, Shangguan Yu. Please be sure to take good care of the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you're able to cultivate to the void initiation stage in the future, you can go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Then head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and use the 9 jade swords to open the treasure vault and obtain a great fortune. My boundless sect suffered a calamity of annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I hope you can give the voice transmission jade slip in my spatial ring to the solitary peak and hand it over to a reclusive old man called Shangguan Yen, out of consideration for the fact that I gave you this sword. Shangguan Yu thanks. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this, and he was slightly excited. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he resided in now was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, there were some martial emperors and martial emperors who liked to place some treasures in a certain place. Then they would place restrictions on the treasures and distribute the keys, allowing the later generations to fight for them. To them, this was a game. Emperor Wu of Samsara had played this sort of game many times in the past as well. The treasures that Emperor Wu of Samsara originally planned to leave behind for his 3rd lifetime were all hidden in the foreign lands, and to the current me, it's far beyond my reach. But this Sword Monarch's treasure is in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's very practical and readily available. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A person that was able to be called a Sword Monarch was surely a Martial Monarch stage, Sword Cultivator. Even though the Martial Monarch stage was a level inferior to Emperor Wu's stage, the treasures he left behind would surely be extremely precious. He removed the spatial ring on the young man's hand and dripped blood to establish ownership. Duan Lingtian was slightly pleasantly surprised. I never imagined that he was an alchemist as well. Look at this pile of precious materials that he collected. He ought to be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad. These materials can save me a huge sum of money. This jade sword is one of the keys to the Sword Monarch's treasure? There's also this voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian withdrew the jade slip and fused his origin energy into it. The voice once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Grandfather, the Boundless Sect is gone. Father, and all the elders have died in battle. The one that annihilated the Boundless Sect was the Black Fiend Sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Duan Lingtian to give to the old man. Looks like that Sun Rue is a member of the Black Fiend Sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with cold lights. As far as he was concerned, Sun Rue and the other void stage expert had surely come to pursue Shangguan Yu and seize the jade sword. Rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Li Fei's voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. The voice of the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who fused his origin energy into it. So Li Fei didn't know what had happened. Nothing. I feel that he's rather pitiful. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then lit a fire and cremated the young man's corpse. Little Fei, do you want to go back and rest? After so many things had happened, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried about Li Fei. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, we'll go back. Li Fei said softly. Duan Lingtian also noticed the change in Li Fei's attitude towards him. Looks like the hero saving the damsel in distress is always the strongest method to pick up girls. I'm fine. Let's go ahead and take a look to see if there are any ferocious beasts suitable for you to hunt. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei continued to go deeper. During this time they encountered many ferocious beasts, but the stronger ones were all killed by Duan Lingtian, leaving only a few ferocious beasts below the 4th level of the core formation stage for Li Fei. The more Li Fei killed, the more she enjoyed herself. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Looks like we can only stay here for the night, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei lay side by side on the thick trunk of a large tree as they looked up at the sky. Rascal, although I've heard that void stage experts can fly with their fleshly body, I thought it was just a rumor. I never expected that all of this was true. Li Fei's tone was slightly complicated. Some things may not be groundless. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Weren't you afraid of those 2 void stage experts today? Li Fei asked again. I was. Duan Lingtian said honestly. An emptiness realm expert would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, it would be a lie. Then you still protected me. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said softly, Isn't it right and proper for a man to protect a woman? Moreover, don't forget that you're my fiancé. Of course, I have to protect you. Not to mention void stage experts. Even if a martial monarch or Emperor Wu came, I would still stand out to protect you at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian smiled. Martial monarch? Emperor Wu? Li Fei was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses void transformation stage experts. As for Emperor Wu, he surpasses martial monarchs and is the strongest existence on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian explained. How do you know? Li Fei was slightly surprised. You'll know after reading more books. Duan Lingtian smiled. What kind of joke was this? He had inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, so he naturally knew these things clearly. You said void transformation stage experts? What level is that? Li Fei was slightly curious. Little Fei, I remember well. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage, and the void stage is divided into 4 stages: the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian slowly explained. So that's how it is. Li Fei nodded lightly. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you know so much. Of course, don't you see who I am? Duan Lingtian was slightly complacent. Bah, I only praised you a few times, and you're already arrogant. Li Fei said angrily. Little Fei, don't call me rascal in the future. It's too unpleasant. Then I'll call you scoundrel in the future. Scoundrel? You actually called me scoundrel? I'll let you see if I'm a good scoundrel or a scoundrel. What do you want to do? Of course it's to prove that I'm not a scoundrel. Scoundrel, don't. Little Fei, I want you to know. You're not willing to give it to me. Not these few days, my period is coming. F***K. Just like this, Duan Lingtian climbed down from Li Fei's hot and delicate body while covered in dirt, but he still couldn't avoid touching her. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.